Hello. Just a little recap for YouTube. Previous stream, I started working on the Echo 4. It's a free 1000 crate ship. And it's flight ready at long last. I was able to get it to fly. It has good flight characteristics, and in this stream I'll be putting all of the mining lasers, 20 of them, the collectors, and the asteroid avoidance system. And if everything is as smooth as it actually usually doesn't happen at all, I'm going to be able to flight test it either on the P2 or on the live. What's going? Yeah, actually, when I was doing the fun little story, Vega, is that when I was doing the trailer for AHA for the Angel Wing Inspire, he was in the Discord with me. And at one or two points in the video, he calls me, like he's asking for my attention. And it was so confusing because I had to keep my eye on the Discord to make sure that he in fact wasn't talking to me now and not like through a recorded video. It was so confusing. So Skipper, did you sorry, what am I saying? Zombie, did you see my previous stream or not, or are you discovering the Echo 4?
I have seen this ship on your stream briefly, but I didn't watch the whole stream, so I like seen the shape, but that's about it.
Okay, let me show you one of its really cool features. Like, only half on half intentional feature. This demonstration does require a rocket launcher.
Okay.
Now, let's all agree, this would normally be absolutely catastrophic.
Yes.
Yes.
This ship still flies.
Really?
Amazing.
I realized I could do it with just a small edit. Oh gee. You can see the R.
Oh, that's nice.
So this is the consequence and the ramification of it is quite interesting because it's not going to save your life from a pirate attack. The pirate is just going to continue shooting even after the explosion. What it is going to do, though, is to force the pirate to continue to shoot. So he's not getting your ship because the ship is not going to want to stop at all.
Mm.
And
Yeah, it's a little bit like Foxy Mind's like ethos with the way he spreads everything out so it doesn't chain. But this was just unintentional, you say? Was it just pure random? It just happened to be like that.
So first it exploded, and then I realized that if I had beams running on the diagonals, then I could have it. So these 4 beams all have ducts going through them, and they run the entire length.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I'm surprised that it not overstrained. That it's strange how the stress works in the game. That sometimes you don't need that many beams for something quite big to hold together.
So an important point is that in the ship designer, you don't really get much say. It is going to be the safe mode is enabled. So the ship's maximum speed is 150 seconds dry, like absolutely no problem. But as you can see, it's unwilling to go that fast, even though it can, because if it goes faster, it's going to start breaking all of these crates. But if I were to remove them, the ship would probably go considerably faster. Let me just... This is not confusing at all. Someone wants to jump close. Yes, so that's an event that's going to happen during my stream. It is a capship that was shown during the EOS Con, and that is going to be shown again during my stream.
Neat.
A capship for sale, by the way, and he's going to hop onto my stream at some point during at some point during the stream. Now, if I recall correctly, this is not the only thing I can blow up and keep the ship flying.
Also, one of the weird things noticed at some point is I think it's kind of random if safe mode is on in test mode or not. So I sometimes said that it didn't register as on, and I could.
As you can see, the ship is still going.
Is it flying faster because it's losing so many crates but keeping a lot of the engines?
It's still going like a solid, it looks like a 70 meters per second.
Nice.
Maybe you've stumbled upon a way to unload your cargo during a pirate attack, but not all of it.
Okay, it's no longer flying straight though. I think that was a lot to ask of the ship. It does give you the possibility to try and like have a run for it and try to reach the a safe zone, but I wouldn't put my money on it. If you've received that much of a critical strike on your ship, you are as good as dead. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because I purposely blew up the biggest part of the generator. So when I pop this off, it blows up right till about here. So I'm left with only 8 generators running at full tier 2. So no, the generators can obviously not keep up. Hello, Dogo. The generators can obviously not keep up at all. But the fact that it can just like, you know, survive the impact is good enough.
But it's really good. I can see it being useful. I mean, if you're making like a run back to your cap ship and you get caught near to your ship, then it might give you that chance you need, right?
Yeah, it will make the difference, but only if you are close by. But as I said, the probably like more real application would be first situation is you aboard and somehow successfully used a pickaxe on your own ship. Never happened to me, but I'm fairly confident in saying that it must have happened to a player or two.
I've seen it happen many times.
Okay, that's more than me then. Like your ship would be able to survive that, although it wouldn't be pleasant. But the whole ship is designed to be ultra fixable. So everything is super easy to access, update, upgrade, or fix. So everything is like outside of the ship. Even the thrusters at the back have got this chamber where you can see all of the hard points. Same goes for inside. All of the cables are laid bare and your endo can access it.
That's something I think good.
Yeah, crates are also being used as armor, which is a very weird concept in itself, but as you can see, right here, it's difficult to know where you're supposed to aim. If I hide the devices, then all of a sudden you realize, oh, I'm supposed to be shooting here and here, but by the time you get it to blow up, the ship has been so damaged, it's beyond... I mean, there's going to be no more cargo, no more nothing to get anyway, and that's the whole point.
It reminds me of Thackus's ship. The Douglas Adams had a crate as armor approach. He built the ship a bit like an onion, with you know, as you went further in, the parts became more explodey.
Yeah.
I do have a question though.
Go on.
So I like the idea of the ship being ultra repairable. Does the ship have world cubes anywhere?
No, shouldn't.
Okay, right. Because that's something that you can't U-tool back together at present.
As I'd have to double check, but I'm fairly confident in saying that I didn't use any because I didn't need any. I'd have to give it like a very in-depth. As a matter of fact, I can. All I need to do is that. can't see any. If normally the cubes are part of the bolts, and as you can see, like there's no weld blocks at all.
That's really good. It was a dilemma I had with another ship I was working on that I wanted to be newbie friendly. Is there was a part of the ship for bolting ore cubes, so I thought, right, I need to use weld cubes in part of the ship here, so the player doesn't accidentally unbolt bits of the ship if they unbolt the ore. But then at the same time, it's like, do I really want weld cubes in the ship because you can't repair the ship as easily?
My argument is that it just needs to be good enough to get you to a ship designer. That's all it needs to do. It doesn't need to be super repairable or whatnot. It needs to be repairable enough to get to a station or a capship. The moment it does that, it's mission accomplished. You can then send it into your hangar. The only thing you don't want weld cubes on is critical components that absolutely must be fixable, repairable, whatnot. Those you don't want any weld cubes on. The rest you can. It's free game.
That's a good point.
Let me show you the ship that made me discover completely by accident the cargo crates as armor. And I discovered the feature because we fight tested the mining ship because it has defensive capabilities. And it did see a little bit of combat. It was as the player count of Starbase was going down. But in this case, it's way more serious. Like there's no gaps at all. And all of the critical components are concentrated at the front of the ship. And the laser cannons at the back are good to keep pirates at bay.
You had an older version of this ship with autocannons at the back. Was that yours as well?
Yeah, that would be the Silure.
Okay, right. I remember Dr. Stark used to fly that ship, yeah.
Oh, I'm glad to... It's one of my most sold ships, and what's fun with the Silure is it's one of those good old trusty ships. Commander Dako, the main asset of Cargo Crate, no, it does not stop much, but it has one very interesting asset. It doesn't allow you to see what's going on with the ship. I'll go back to the previous ship and I'll try to get you to guess where you're supposed to shoot, and you'll immediately understand how it works. So this is the Silure, and its two main characteristics are the autogun and at the backs, which I do know for a fact have been put to very good use on the live. They have been used. They have repelled at least 2 pirate attacks that I'm aware of. And it had to fit in diagonally inside the ship designer, otherwise it wouldn't fit at all. Like the plasma runs almost the entire length. And then you have like this big, massive mining head at the front.
Does it have the full dive suite on it?
It does. Actually, it even had an autopilot, which got removed on the version number 8, but version number 7 still has a fully working autopilot system where you can punch in the waypoints and go in yourself. This is an old design, but it has got me... When I was going like at Elysium and whatnot, this is the ship that I was using.
Why was it removed, the autopilot?
Because I couldn't get it to work just the way I wanted, and I know it caused at least trouble with one player. Oh yeah, and it has like a very good asteroid avoidance system for, I mean, a ship of that shape and size. But there were quite a few things I wanted to address with the Megalodon. Like the YOLO is very exposed. So are the generators and the propellant. But it's a very hard to catch ship because it just went max speed most of the time. And if ever someone got a bit too close, you could pepper him with some autocannon fire. This is mouse controlled. Yeah, I never had instances where it got blown off, and I do know the ship can continue to fly even with one of the generator blocks missing. But obviously it's not as pleasant and the ship won't go as fast. So it's like really... When that breaks, you know you're in trouble. The Megalodon, however, took all of those lessons and applied all of them. The Megalodon still has the autopilot system. It also has the most YOLO I ever put on one of my ships. So the reason it's interesting, Commander Doggo, so these crates are fragile. If you start shooting at them, they will obviously break. But here's the question. Where are you supposed to shoot?
You don't know where the generator is.
And that's the whole point. Where are you supposed to shoot as a pirate? There's no visible weak spots. Like, obviously you're going to be shooting at my plasmas, but plasmas are incredibly resilient to fire. And the answer is, and I'll show it to you, all at the front. This is the go boom part.
I mean, you should have really painted like a big bullseye on the side where there's exactly nothing that could be damaged too badly.
On my tests, by the time the ship was immobilized, so my gunner had been taken out within the first salvo, so I couldn't use my guns. I tried multi-crew gunnery and it really didn't work. So since then I've added way more protection, more glass, more everything, but he'd gotten shot into an ambush. By the time the ship was immobilized and me as the pilot was killed once and for all, because it does have a reconstruction machine inside, all of that was non-existent. Like, the whole front part had exploded. None of the plasma didn't have at least a few holes in it, making it completely unusable. And I think there was less than 400 or 500 crates left. So whatever the ship was initially, it was almost worthless. And this one has got a very serious asteroid avoidance system. And the lasers, there's only 8, but they're mouse controlled. So it's fun to use. Like, you get to... it's mouse controlled and it doesn't require a single keybind. No keybinds involved. Because you activate the mining mode on, and it reroutes the mouse control. So if I turn it off, now it controls the ship. But if I activate it, now it's the lasers.
That's brilliant.
It's a very simple design. So I can still strafe, obviously. And the ship is fairly good at it when there's enough power, because obviously I did a cold start. I don't remember if this is one ship where you need to... Oh yeah, a second. So there's the autopilot and navigation system. You get an animated little skull, and this is all of the YOLO this ship has. Most of which I've written by hand. Let me check.
Anything
it's not activated. I need to activate it. There it is. Ah, there you go. Ship prefers that. So yeah. Oh, I've forgotten how much propellant this thing is. It goes far, like really far. The autopilot, I just could not control it the way I wanted to control it. It is literally as simple as that. I wanted to implement my own system and I could not. Oh, right. Where's the plasma button? And cruise is enabled. Sensitivity is low. It has a sensitivity manager. Now the rods are quite depleted in the ship designer. Oh no, they're quite full. Okay, so value should be reasonably accurate. Nope, I don't need to. The ship isn't big enough to warrant that. And neither are all of the other ships, especially the new ones, because they assume that you've got a capital ship nearby. Whereas this one was designed before capital ships were a thing. So you really, really, really wanted that long range because it was designed to... Oh, right, I need to... It was designed even before the new speedometer. Where is it?
The motor speedometer.
There you go. I'll just let it get up to speed, 135 meters, 150. So yeah, there you go, like roughly 2,200 kilometers worth of range when dry. Should go down a little bit when wet, but still, like you get a crazy good range for a ship that ultimately has got 900 crates, if I recall correctly. So 900 crates, really fast and pleasant to use. Obviously, like there was a few compromises that were made. You only get 8 mining lasers, which allowed me to shrink the size of the power plant down and add more plasma. Like you get double 16 rings or 17. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So yeah, you get a double 16 ring plasma thruster. And I need to go in there to have count devices, cargo, 914. So yeah, the Silure and the Megalodon were my two like mining workhorses. Like they really do get the job done. Fun fact, by the way, silure is a French word for a fish, a giant catfish. This is what they look like. Like they get really big. So the pun was that the silure, which is the one that sits in diagonally in the ship designer, would just gobble up all of the rides one after another. That's why it's called silure. And this here being the Megalodon. I mean, I've been ship designing for a while, like, whee! Yeah. Mine do. But as you might have guessed, I took a little bit of freedom on the interpretation of what it's supposed to be. And as a matter of fact, I didn't design the Silure on its own. It has a less popular brother called the Pangasius. The Silure, immediately. The Silure because I used it so much to gather resources. But it does have a twin-ish brother, with which it shares many similarities. Let me load version number 2. Depends what you want to mine, how you want to mine it, but with hopefully players coming back, yeah, that is going to happen again. It's absolutely certain. So you can immediately like see that it's very similar to the Silure, but it's a bit shorter. It has more thrusters, less plasmas, and the head is very, very different. Some people preferred it. I designed it both at the same time because I started with the Pangasius. I had problems with the thrusters, so I did a different thruster setup, which became the Silure, and then started making them both simultaneously. And Pangasius is also a fish. It's a Japanese catfish. Southeast Asia. I like my fish names when it comes to ships. I found it so amusing. Oh gee, this brings memories. Welcome to memory lane. Who's NS News? NS News call first up in the discussion. Zombie, do we have more information on the topic or not?
Yeah, I thought that Ares News Corp Discord had gone dormant a long time ago, but apparently they sort of became active again earlier this year, sort of around EOSCon time, I think. And they've been posting a whole load of long posts about ideas for the game. And the most recent one that they posted was is so long he couldn't post it on Discord, so he posted it on the official Starbase forum instead. I don't know how much the devs are going to listen to the ideas, but he just, I guess, just wants to put out the sorts of things he'd like to see in the future patch for the game to make things more interesting again. And the most recent one was he was talking about the potential for heat tracking and ideas for radio tracking and that kind of thing.
Okay, so in order, I see chats on Twitch. Give me just a second. So regarding ideas, my answer to that, which is based on nothing more than a hunch, so don't take it at face value. But my answer to that is that for the May update, because it's probably going to be May, so we're expecting the announcement end of April, of which I actually haven't heard much, so it may be later than end of April, just warning everyone. But we're expecting it roughly around May-ish. That's probably going to have absolutely none of our suggestions, like big fat zero. It's maybe the next one that has, because they have like this update planned and they have another one planned after. What's after? I've got no idea, but the more I see Laurie speaking, the less the update looks like a Hail Mary do or break, like I think there's a second update planned after the first one in store, but of that one we know nothing, absolutely big nothing. So is it a fish hobby? No, it's because my previous corporation made fun of me for that, and I decided to double down as a joke on it. I thought it really funny that they were so bothered by all of my fish names, so everything became a fish name. Fun times. Alors, Mastuga, c'est pas le mouse, c'est le Pangasius, qui est un très vieux design à moi. C'est le frère du Sealer. C'est un ship qui aura bientôt 3 ans. C'est un vieux design qui date de quand j'étais encore à la DK Industries. If it helps make space more dangerous, I'm all for it. So, what's really interesting is that with all of these chats, talks, preparations, and everything, the meta is going to change. Because we can... Frozen Byte has already started implementing. They started working internally on the update. I mean, also we all believe, and hopefully that is the case. But we've only got a vague idea of what the update is going to be, and based on that vague idea, players are trying to prepare for the update. So you get this whole burger of speculations with layers of Laurie said something, layers of if Laurie said this, then that, layers of I've got a hunch about it, or layers of my prediction is. So you get this whole burger of nothing. And players are trying to ready their mine is too, like we doing it too. And all of the corporations are trying to get ready for the corporation wars, because that's the main topic. That is like the main focus of the update that's coming. Getting corporations to fight one another. but none of us have got any clue of what the heck are we going to be fighting about, how are we going to be fighting, and what the heck is going to go on. Like, I've heard Laurie say some crazy stuff, like station and capship weapons. I mean, sign me, and I love guns, and if they're big, all the better. But how the heck is it going to be implemented? Is it going to be potatoes fighting one another? I've got no clue. It's going to be fun. Possibly. Okay. Give me just 1 minute. I need to feed the fishes. Be right back. At the very least, if Frozen Bite worked things out at least internally correctly, there's going to be a whole lot of corporations fighting one another for supremacy. But yeah, Laurie obviously has got his own little idea as to what he wants to happen, how he's planned it, and whatnot. And I'm fairly confident in saying that it's absolutely not what any of us is expecting. Because he was talking about incentives to get players to do big stations, but big stations being more expensive, so subjects of like maintenance and whatnot. But at the very least, it's going to be resource sinks. Like we're going to be spending crazy amount of resources to get everything up and running. But unless we get another drunk Laurie on Friday, just spilling the beans, we won't know what he has in store for us. So yeah, it's going to be quite something to find out. Let me show you something. So the pattern. So I'm not the one, like, well, I just shared the info, but I wouldn't be like really good at guessing if someone's drunk or not. But the observed pattern is that on Fridays, after presumably what is like a long week of work, he gets super talkative, like really talkative. Like the 2 of March is a Saturday, and you can see like it's 1 a.m. So the pattern is that he starts chatting at around 9 p.m.-ish local time and stops chatting at 5 p.m. And it's very consistent. If you look at his messages, most of his messages, like you get these blobs, like these 5-hour blobs, Friday nights. Friday nights and Saturday mornings, super duper early.
It's finish time, so it's at 1 hour basically. So it's closer to.
Yeah, so Docker is so that's a subject that Laurie has mentioned way more than once. Laurie wants a means to make the loss of a capship and a station less traumatic. Oh, and a ship too. So there's a notion of insurance coming on. As I said, like there's like this whole burger of layers upon layers upon layers of speculation, and we've got no. What? We've got no clue of what to expect. Anyway, time to work on those lasers. I'm probably going to be going for a non-movable, like no turrets, setup, so that if stuff gets wild, there's nothing turning to try and mine your ship. What's the voxel save? 2 million. Not bad. Loneshade, fireballs. So the event I was talking about, so there's one cap ship, where's the other one? And the other one is gorgeous. There it is. The other cap ship is there. So in roughly 2 hours, Loneshade is going to be hopping onto my stream to showcase the two cap ships. At least one of the two is being shown at the EOSCon and is for sale, although quite expensive. You can acquire it. And I think the other one is just going to be shown for eye candy purposes. And then you can see my captures. Mine's just a flying ship design. I don't spend nearly as much time ship designing. Sorry, station design. So, my understanding, Blazing, is that obviously, like what you said is really important. Like, there is... Stations can never be like laborers. You can't start dishing them out like some kind of pocket change. So my understanding is that first we're going to have the blueprints. So first of all, it's not as painful to lose it because you can now recuperate all of the capital ship and rebuild it. It actually raises a whole question: is that where on earth are we going to be building cap ships that are 3x3x9 in size? No, it's 2x3x9. They're huge. Like just mine is 3 areas. Like ship designer, and engine, whatever bay.
Oh, that's actually manageable size.
No, but I just thought like that's never going to be at a normal station. I wonder if they've got something planned for them, and do you just like pop it and it builds on its own?
And they said that the station was supposed to be like the repair terminal for the cap ships. No idea how that's gonna work.
Anyway, I'll put that idea aside because obviously I'm presuming they have something planned along those lines. But yeah, you get all of these. These questions. So less painful does not mean less expensive. That's a very important nuance. I don't think they're ever going to get the price down. I think they're just going to make you want to use them more freely. If you know that you're not losing the entire design all at once, it's not as dramatic to lose it. It's still annoying, but it's not dramatic. Angle beams.
I mean, the capture path is like, it's not lost, but it's like the walking around here on my country is stuck.
Give me a sec, Vika. Who's diplomat? What? It's all speculation, obviously. Yes. King of their hotspot, the players can jump in. I agree. As a matter of fact, I'll just add information to say that we're going to have 2 kinds of cap ship, which is to say that we're going to have the it's cheap versus expensive. And what I mean by that is that you're going to have incentives to make your stations and capital ship bigger. And he was saying that the bigger they get, the more incentive there is for players to attack them. So each player is going to have to balance risks versus rewards in their own way. That's what I remember him saying. Now, Vega, I think it's you that has background noise. Now the billion-dollar question is like, how is everything going to play out? I've got no clue, absolutely no clue. And to be fair, I'm not entirely convinced that Laurie does either. So physical storage, that is inventory 2.0, which has been planned for a long time, but that is inventory 2.0. Now, Laurie came a long way in saying that he is very much aware that he needs means for small groups and individual players to be away from harm's reach. Like, as a corporation, unless I especially have beef with like a very specific player, I should not have any incentive to go and attack like very low income, low everything players. Like, that is not supposed to happen. I think I'm going to go 24 lasers. 22. We'll see. I need you to go 1 degree down. That did tiddly squat. You go there. You go down 1. There you go. Down 1. Let's make it 2. 2. And 1 on the left. I'm not going to take you. And put you back there. Enable and do it is 15 and 5. Autobot everything. I just got pinged by a zombie. Got to go, family stuff. You welcome, zombie. It was a pleasure having you for this short amount of time. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just need to bolt everything generously because I'm going to be copy pasting everything. It is a pity that they do not give us ducts that allow us to do those angles.
I mean, that angle isn't too difficult to do with, I believe, the small duct.
Let me see. Oh crap. Okay, already I've got a first problem. Damn. You are such a pain.
What if the laser isn't exactly centered on the angled beam, but slightly offset to one side?
Good point. No,
Work out then in the 3 dimensions.
I'll use that solution, but with a slightly different take on it. Which is to say that I'm going to, first of all, create a module after bolting everything. And then I'm going to do the same, but I'm going to push it back by 24 centimeters. Da, 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 da. So take this, do that. But oh yeah, first of all, that needs to be done now if I don't want to. Oh, there's no need for duct, but whatever, a pipe. But whatever. And then in the name of a future modularity that I've got absolutely no intention of using. No, actually I could. Problem for later me. Later me will have to deal with all of those bad decisions. Anyway, do this. Take this 72 centimeter one and put him here. There you go. Later me apart. Yeah, I know that later me is so whiny about past me. I don't know what his problem is. It's not like he has to deal with every bad decision I've been doing continuously. I don't know what his problem is. I just keep the flow, you know.
I always turn into someone else's problem, but unfortunately, someone else always makes everything my problem.
Life is weird. Oh, come on, seriously? Okay, needs to be off by 24, no, not 24, but at least double. Yeah, that's going to be very fun to bolt, never mind. I need 36 here and 36 there. Much better. Do this. Oh, perfect. Put you back there.
Yes, like this was a clear sentence.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing like too much of like weird shenanigans with these little guys. Like, I'm going to try and keep everything simple because one of my intents for this ship, like this is one of my long-term goals, it's like all of these are like modules, and more modules. As a matter of fact, it should be one. There you go. Like that, for example, is one of the thruster modules. And the idea is that on the long run, without it being a headache, which obviously it's going to be anyway, but with as little as a headache as possible, I want tier 3 thrusters. Or I want tier 1 because I'm cheap. Or different thrusters. Or different generators. Or how about a different propellant? How about a premium version? How about a ground mining version? Just, I want to be able to change everything like really simply. And then like figure out where I want to go. But If I do what I want to do correctly, this ship should be a very modular and pleasant to use workhorse that allows you to have like multiple different applications, be it pure transport, be it mining in very different conditions or in very different ways. I want to be able to update my ship after the fact. And I already forgot something with my module, which is going to be a pain, and that is that. It's like it's this whole mindset of making it easy for later. Which the ship is already trying to fail at. Oh, come on. I'm realizing I could also have put the lasers inside rather than out. It would have worked. Rather than this very strange setup. Just copy that there. No, I'm not allowed to. Okay. Because you guys need to go. Looks like he's not on my Discord. Okay. Ah, the ship designer is understanding what I want to do. Or not. Come on. What? Oh, there you go. I may run into a height issue with this thing. Which is that if it's bigger than the ship, it means that I need more asteroid avoidance to cover all of the gaps.
What if you just turned the top lasers from the outside to the inside?
I could also do like a double, like a smaller circle with like an in-out setup. Like,
of course,
holy. Okay, let me get ready because I think this ship does not want to comply. Ouais, trop gros pour le moment, Maslow. Trop gros. Faut qu'il fasse un régime. How many lasers with all of this? 24. 24 may be a little bit too much. So what I can do is I can replace 4 of those lasers with collectors. But the problem I have is that it sticks out like a sore thumb. Or not. Oh, okay. Huh.
Looks like just turned it up and upside down. It will be fine.
Okay, so now I need to see if all of my offset is enough. And I need to cable everything. And this is where I'm actually able to very pleasantly contradict myself with I'm not going to be using those pipes, because I can now decide at my own leisure where I want those collectors. Yeah, doing the avoidance system on this ship is also going to be a pain. So I need you, and I need you to know where it's going to fit. Okay, let's start. You. Off you go. Wet. Looked like I could do this. So these are not going to align perfectly, and that's probably a place where I'm going to be using a weld cube or two.
What are techniques to get beams without angles without weld blocks?
I could. But here's one of those parts where like using a weld cube is not going to have a detrimental effect on the intents of the ship. Okay, this is last one. Last one exactly. Okay, it needs to be slid half one down. Demagnetized and very slightly over here.
There's actually a really easy way to get the two sections of ship to align horizontally well.
I just did.
Is it?
I mean, I'm eyeballing it, but as you can see, like the line really. I mean, I could be playing with like naught done. I mean, yes, literally, it's like.
It's actually really simple. It's that you take both of them, select the two that are aligned with the ship width, and then in their x-axis set tell it 0 with the move tool, and then take the other section of beam that is on your drill head and also tell it 0, and then weld them.
I'm not sure understood, but you did give me an idea. Let me do something and tell me if it was what you just described. So move it slightly. Oh, move it slightly. I said slightly. I'm
You
now.
have to match the two on.
So red is 9.42, and now do this. No. No, stop. Sigh. There you go. 9 point. What did I say? 42 or 48?
9.42.
42. Oh, there you go. I can do. If it's 42, it's going to be 4.05. 405. There you go.
I mean, this is essentially what I suggested, just with more steps.
And I failed. 4.1.
Okay.
Ah. 4.3. It was the other way around. 4.3. Oh, there you go. Ta-da. 4.35. There you go. Satisfaction for my OCD viewers. That's a 72. That's a 72. Tack, 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 tack. And I'll then be wondering about my life decisions. What? Let me use this. I'll put it here. And I think I'll want to put a little bit of a gap. Now, if maths were done correctly, it's aligned. Ah, I love maths. When they work in my favor, that is. Is to connect the other pieces, remember? Oh, you mean put it like absolutely in the middle so one of the coordinates is positive and the other one is negative? Is that what you mean?
Not quite, no.
No, okay. That would work too, though.
Illustrating the way I would have done it.
Do you stick now? Oh, you do, and it's nice to look at. Cool. That's where I discover if I messed up with my durability or not. Fingers crossed I did not. Damn it. Oh, so pretty! I protest. No mag. Can I just... No? Oh. Oh, wow, okay. I'll put welding. Let me put some good old welding cubes here. Oh, sweet.
You could have also just made the beam longer.
No. It wouldn't have. There would have been a collision. I can't get it to be longer.
What
Because
does it hit?
No, look, it overlaps just here. As a matter of fact, that's why I'm annoyed that I have to use welding cubes in the first place. Is because for me, they're touching, but I think like the internal collisions are not good enough. Which is a bummer. Okay, I'm just going to use cables for now because I need to validate the mining head. Because since it's not moving, you get one shape and it works or it doesn't. There's no in between. Small button.
Small button. The largest button you can have in the editor.
Yeah, I was actually wondering, what about the big ones? And I just realized I forgot something. Damn it.
I would love to see like a big button, you know, the size of an advanced display.
Yeah, and then call it smash me if there's an emergency.
Emergency stop, yes.
And then you make two buttons, one for the auto destruct and the other one to make coffee. They look the same and they're right next to one another.
Yes, well. But they would have to add a coffee machine first, though.
Okay, how about one to turn the AAS on?
Yeah, that works.
AAS or auto destruction? Your call. They look the same and they're a few centimeters apart.
The asteroid dodging system and the auto destruction system, both abbreviated ADS.
I am fairly certain the convergence isn't enough. I should have put in 3 degrees.
Well, depending on how regular you space that you can just, you know, do diagonal pairs that are changed and then just copy it all the way around.
Bruh.
That's so that is. I'll just let the generator spool up because I need to know how much more convergence do I want. Also, I think I want those capacitors. I don't think the ship has got enough for 24 lasers. It has enough for 20. Oh, has enough for 24. Oh,
I mean, the
yes,
collectors aren't working.
there were 6 extra generators. I remember. Because I wanted something nice and symmetrical and I just wanted to use my modules. Juste assez, Mastou, je te dis ça juste après. 96, je pense. So that is 2 degrees. I want at least 10 degrees, maybe? What are you calling agency, Squashed? I'm not familiar with the term.
Because the generators are together, I believe, and they would get heat because they're next to each other.
But that's where, in that very specific case, I got quite creative. And they are lengthwise. And they're only touching 3 neighbors who maximum. So it's really, it's very spread. It's like I avoided making a big blob as much as possible. For the very simple reason that less heat generated means less heat sinks, and that means less voxel volume, and then it frees up space for more stuff. That at the very least was the mindset, and I think I've got barely enough heat dissipation. 92%. I could remove quite a few generators. Looks like I was quite generous with them. As a matter of fact, how many generators can I remove? Okay, I'll show everyone like the specifications of the ship in just a few seconds. But it looks like this ship is going to be keeping its 24 lasers rather than the original planned 20. Since it seems to be dealing really well. Oh, this one, okay, this one only dissipates 750 per second. I'm not allowed more. So generators are already running at 100%, but it seems like I can put at least 4 characters, no problem at all. The lasers were on continuously at 92%. So, before I show the stats, give me a few seconds. I'd like to know... Okay, 1 second. Center of mass. Do I remove the top ones or do I remove the bottom ones? The ship is so well balanced, it makes no difference. Let me remove the bottom ones, since I can then remove that. Oh, voxel volume. No plates. Oh, there's the world cube. Okay. I was wondering where I had some. Miss beams. More stuff going on. Okay, so currently the stats of the ship are... Machinery... power. So 96, everything is tier 2. Tier 2 enhancers, tier 2 generators. 52 heat sinks. Of which I think I can remove a few too. I don't think I can remove a lot though, because they have passive heat dissipation, and I think that is being taken into account. Okay, so come here. Oop. Right now it is -2, 1. So let me just plonk you out. Let me put -10 and 2. Thank you, Duggar, but no, all good. I really want to use my own stuff as much as possible. I really like to... I love to inspire myself from other designs, but as much as possible, I don't use them too much. Okay, he's being super duper duper picky. Yeah. Like I obviously like I could. There's no hard written rule that I can't. It's just as you say, like building stuff in house is always more fun. I mean, it's always more fun to solve problems that you created yourself than it is to solve problems created by someone else. Like I like to deal.
Arguably, it's more fun to be the one creating the problem.
Yeah, like I like to deal with my own headaches, not someone else's. Which is why I like to make like extra big headaches, so I can have it like and suffer.
Glory of the INS, sweet.
Okay, I am keeping you and you. You go up there. Oh, cool. Okay, I get. This is perfect because they're exactly where I want them to be. Except for those guys. What's going on? Whatever. Okay, back to you. Hmm. I said I wanted to try 10 degrees down.
10 degrees and then 2 more the other, I believe.
Yeah. Then you. Okay, it's the other one. Then you get placed here. Uh-huh. This is going to be a pain. How about 5 degrees? Minus 5 degrees. Does minus 5... Let's go back at 10. Minus 10. No. Take you. Now in here I do 2 degrees. The thing is, the mining head is either going to be very pleasant to use or not at all. Rarely do you get a meh on the design. Why, oh why are you unhappy? sounds good to me. As a memo. And bolt. Um, No, I'm going to flip everything 15 degrees. Take you. Remove that. Hit you by hand. Now that is a squeeze. I could even bolt the mining laser if I wanted to with that. One. Okay, turn you back 15 degrees. The moment you use angles, the ship designer really starts to sulk. Okay. Whatever, man. Whatever. Oof, okay, here we go. Create a module, and now the usual tedious copy paste. Let me do it there. I've got, yeah, okay, I really don't need to. I do. Cables, pipes. Perfect. Weld everything. Take all of it. I want the middle one. This here. Goes there. Nope, rattig. It's the other way around. Top on top here. Oh, come on, mate. What is wrong? Pipes and cables as invisible. It's the same everything. It should. Oh. Damn it, I rotated everything. Plan B it is. Beam, straight beam, 48. This is 72. Out you go. Take all of this. No, that's not going to work. I need 96 centimeter ones. You go out. And now, if everything goes up to my calculations, it should fit, although it is but a slight detail that I'm not that good at math, so let's see how far my calculations get me. So far, so good. What about the other side? Yeah. Good. Good, good, good. I can then choose to how I want the mining head to interact with the rest of the ship. It doesn't need to be these wacky cables and beams. They're still attached for now, but I need to get rid of it. Oh, fuck me. Damn it! Ah, so close. Hey, the lag is no joke. I cannot control the. Nope. Autosave. To go 1 minute before that. Perfect. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Can I hide it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Next. Hey, coucou Baro. Oui, si je le peux, oui. Le chip est déjà très avancé. J'aimerais pouvoir le tester si je le peux aussitôt que prévu. Mais bon, tu sais comment vont les tests et à 21h, j'ai une présentation de capship qui va probablement durer une bonne heure. Donc si le test se fait ce soir, ce sera assez certainement tard. Mais oui, c'est l'ambition. Barof wanted to know if they would be testing tonight, to which my answer is I hope. But yeah, there's a capship presentation, there's quite a few things planned. Okay, so this is 10 degrees and 10 degrees inwards and 2 degrees offset. I need to check for the unit rates. Hey, coucou Naira. It shouldn't be overheating, but it would be a very, very close setup. C'est mon milk rate Naira, avec un peu de chance, ça deviendra un vaisseau assez populaire. On verra bien. Okay, now, did I plan everything right? 92, 615, 738, and these max at 750. So yeah, all good. Mining! Ah, perfect! Oh, I was about to ask if there was one missing. Ah, nice! Oh, that is really good.
Yeah, that gives you a nice oval section through the asteroid.
Yep, coucou Krieg!
Hmm.
24 lasers de minage. Yeah, so it looks like I still have some that I want to get to go in a little bit. Like I'll be ultra picky. These ones there need to be at least 2 degrees more inwards. Ouais, les génies, c'est exactement ce qu'il faut. À un ou deux poils de mouche près, il y a vraiment que ce qu'il faut. So I'm going to be getting those outward lasers to go in more to make it easier not to get the part of the roid you are not interested in. So I need 1 degree. I need 1 degree more on the inner ones and 1 degree less on the outer ones. That's what I need. Going to be a bit of a pain to do, but let's get going. So all of these lands need to do 1 degree less. More, sorry, 1 degree more. All of you get out. I need local rotation. And you are going to go minus 11. I think I'm allowed like 1 or 2 degrees worth of leeway. 11. Oui, tu vises en bougeant le ship. C'est moins de voxel et plus de sécurité. C'est les deux arguments. When Lang Lang says it's holding a protector to your screen to find the angle. So that I've actually got a solution to to make it easier for the user to like know what the range is. I'm going to be using some range finders that are going to be intersecting exactly where the mining lasers want you to intersect. So in theory, like you turn the aiming device on, and it tells you immediately where it needs you to aim.
The way you're adjusting the angles on the laser seems awfully complicated.
Because it is. I thought, you know, it's one of those moments where you thought it was going to be an easy job, so you don't prepare in advance for if it doesn't become an easy job, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, wouldn't you just want to take the 2 opposed pairs and then copy them with the rotate tool?
No, it sounds too easy.
Oh, we're doing it for content, I see.
No, it's just that I'm too, my brain is too mushy to do anything complicated, which would ultimately be less complicated if I stopped and thought about it for a few seconds.
Yeah, but the way I always build stuff is I spent the exact, when there's a tedious task that I, you need to do a lot of. I'm always thinking for way too long on how do I make this the wrong way faster, and end up basically spending the exact same amount of time if I had just done it.
Yeah. Craig, la raison pour laquelle je veux pas, c'est que je veux plus de vitesse de minage et je veux plus de sécurité. Mais le chip est fait de manière modulaire. Ça veut dire que si toi, à terme, tu as envie de la tête du mégalodon, moi je vais pouvoir prendre la tête et la mettre sur le chip. Ça va vraiment pas me poser problème. C'est même tout l'intérêt de ce design. Donc à terme, les petites préférences en fait sont tout à fait possibles. So, Craig wanted to know, like, what about like the mouse-aimed mining lasers of the Megalodon, which he enjoyed a lot. So this ship is very intended to be modular. So I'm going to be having like many different versions of the same ship. Like I can have ships with paid modules. I can have like fully free ships. The one you're looking at is 100% free. Like there's no 0 credits for the blueprint. Are you spooled up? Not quite. But I should already be able to turn you on. Except if I forget to do that. Oh, that is way better. Oh, that is way better.
Oh, that looks sweet.
Yeah, now the inner ones need to be just 1 degree less. So yeah, as I said, in the end, like really, the end objective, I want it to be as easy as taking all of that and just putting my Megalodon module, and I don't want it to be more than 4 hours because yes, obviously there's going to be the testing, there's going to be making sure everything works as intended, but that's to be expected. But what I don't want is it to be a headache. So this ship is most definitely going to have a moon mining variant. I want an Astel mining variant with its own set of challenges. So yeah, there's quite a few things planned for this ship, but in order for all of that to be possible, the basics of the ship need to be good. You turned 15 degrees. Oh, no wonder everything looked out of whack. Okay, 14.
Fun fact, you can actually turn stuff by less than a degree. If you go 1 degree one direction, then 1.1 the other.
I do know that you can do that, but for now, I don't have any, like, there's no point for me in doing any of that. I could, but it's just...
No.
Like, I'm not doing anything with, like, crazy angles. As a matter of fact, I'm much rather trying to avoid the angles as much as possible.
Generally a good idea, yes. Otherwise, you end up doing a lot of cosplay.
Yeah, I have had my fair share of trouble with the angles, and that is why most of my ships don't have angles. Way too complicated. You can manually typing rotation, then hitting enter. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing, Duggar. I mean, does it look like I'm not? I'm confused. You also, like, rotation is a bit of a weird tool. It really was made, I think, as an afterthought, because clearly there's a few things that are a little bit wrong with it. I'm half asleep. No worries, Ducker. We are Sunday. It is the end of the week. It's late. No worries, mate. No worries. I'm also half asleep, but in my case, I'll showcase why in a few seconds. Just testing the lasers, and then I'll show why I'm half asleep too. Because I've been working on my ship calculator, and I think the next update is going to be pleasing for many people. Before I forget, let me do that. Back on, test the ship. Okay, while the ship is spooling, let me show you something. Where is it? It's not the fish. I would like to show this thruster optimization. So, for now, it's just a placeholder. There is nothing going on. But I already have, so calculator for the capship, price of the capship, calculator for the ship. I've got a lot of to do on that, just to figure out what to do. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, I've got a call. So I've got my the ship calculator that you're already familiar with. I've got some stuff I want to do with the heat management to have more precise values and the speed to also have more precise values. This said, there's a simple question that the calculator doesn't answer yet that I want to address. I'm designing a ship for a tournament. I've got a weight constraint. What is the best usage of my voxel volume for thrust? Triangles? Boxes? Plasma? Tier 1? Tier 2? Tier 3? Do I put a nozzle? Do I not put a nozzle? Like, what's the best input? So my idea, my goal, is to allow everyone to like add all of the cards, just like what you already do on the other pages. Decide the tiers and whatnot, and then it's going to be updating the graphs, plural, because there's going to be 4. So you're going to have thrust ratio with voxel volume, propellant usage, electricity usage, and mass. And then you can see like what thruster do you want to use under what circumstances. Another example, exploration ships, the big ones, the ones that go from moon to moon. They want the absolute cream of the crop when it comes to propellant usage. So all of these calculators, like this one specifically, I haven't, it's not my own idea. These have been going on for almost as early as when the game came out. Many people, like the very advanced one, have had these Excel sheets, like really complicated Excel sheets that really had all of the maths laid out for them. But not only were they absolutely horrible to use, they were also usually very inaccessible. C'est pour. There you go. This is what I'm going to be keeping. So you get like, this is like the sweet spot where you want the asteroid core to be. So the way this gets used, I may even... do I want more lasers? Nah, I'll try it with this setup first. The way it gets used is that you punch through the core of an asteroid, and you want as much of the tier 10's outer shell to be left untouched by the mining lasers. That's the whole like concept. That's the intended usage. Now, I need rangefinders in order to allow the player to know if he is at the right distance. And you need to move. I've got my collectors. Collectors are probably going to be going... Yeah, let me do the collectors too. just to make sure I've got enough power for everything. Collector 20,000 is low. Let me put 6,000, and I'm going to be going for 4 of them. Take you, and I'll be putting them into corners. The one's just there. I want a hard point. And bolts. Oh, come on, mate. Hector, turn you by 45 degrees and let me put you there. Hide. Cables, pipes, let me hide that. Please. Please stop being a massive pain. No, damn it. Bolt, maybe? It was the bolts. This is getting complicated. Nope. That one. That one there. Perfect. Well, let me bolt everything together. Check the durability. What's up? 96%. Okay, I'll deal with that right after. Hector. He sees data. Stuff is happening as intended. Now, it's a fail if the batteries turn on. If they don't, it's all good. Oui. Ça lag de fou de toute façon, donc t'en as pas besoin de plus. À moins que tu penses qu'il y a une bonne raison d'en mettre 6. Dans quel cas, je suis tout oui. Okay, let's see. That was all 2 minutes wasted. Oh. Damn it. Wait. I wanted to press F3. Franchement, ça a pas beaucoup bougé, Craig. T'as Maslow, Barov, Colt, moi, Tib, il revient, il part, Chichi, pas vraiment, mais il est toujours présent sur le... Enfin, il est souvent présent sur le Discord. Black Pearl passe de très occasionnellement. Ouais, ça peut pas tout. You wanted to press the YouTube. Okay, be right back. Give me 60 seconds. And I should not be pressing F5. Hey. Okay, what I don't want is the batteries changing color. So lasers. And now collectors. Heard them gone. Perfect. I'm actually tired, but I could have checked that with the calculator if I reset all values. Generators, I've got 96, it is tier 2 with a tier 2 enhancer. Mining laser, I've got 24, and I've got 4 collectors. I could have done that earlier. I've got 168,000 of electricity consumption. Oh, so it's a 1-1 ratio. Huh. So if I do that, okay. And if I try and go forward, say 100. Okay, the immediately, okay, 0. Thanks, game. I've got no lifeline. No, I do not. So that means the calculator is off. Why? Why is it off? So what I'm expecting... I'm wondering... Ah, bien vu, Mastou, merci. Yeah, I don't have a seat, Mastou is saying. So yeah, it's obvious. What I'm expecting, since I've got the exact same value in both mining equipment consumption and usage, I'm not supposed to have anything. The batteries are never supposed to charge. Like, they're supposed to be fully depleted, and they're supposed to stay depleted because there's nothing to for them. As a matter of fact, I even have YOLOL, which consumes that fraction of an amount of power. But it's not the case. There's still stuff I don't understand about the power generation, especially when it comes to weapon power draw. So that's what I wanted to see. So why did I not see that earlier? What did I not do? I don't know if the YOLOL is being used. It is. But this there... So the YOLOL is probably going to... So all of the batteries are not at the exact same level. Like there's a few 1,000ths that are not exactly the same amount. And what happens is that in this very, 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 very specific case, the YOLOL is going to deplete the batteries at an incredibly low value. As a matter of fact, if I punch this YOLOL, it should turn grey. No. Okay, how about punch everything? Break the YOLOL. That should be my only device using electricity. Why not turning grey? You're supposed to be grey. Turn you off, and you're back on. I've got something else using a very small amount of power. Is it you, maybe? Oh! Well, that's interesting. Okay, so no, the calculator is correct, but there is something I was not aware of. Controller. Just look for the picture of that. Flight. Oh, flight control unit, okay. 0.05 electricity per second. Ha! Well, there you go. What about you? The computer does not use any electricity at all. I suppose that the transponder doesn't either. But the controller will be using just that tiny, tiny, tiny amount of electricity. So when your ship runs out of electricity, it doesn't go completely off course only because some thrusters no longer have enough power, but because the controller itself is going completely bonkers. Well, that's interesting. Anyway, hello, Lion. Sorry, Loneshade.
Greetings.
I've got Loneshade with me on the stream to show a little bit the two ship designers that have arrived around the my own cap ship. If I recall correctly, one of the two is still for sale or has been sold
Correct.
recently. Oh, it's still for
One
sale.
is still available for sale, the Magnificence, and the other, the Assurer, we can visit if you like, but she's not available for sale.
Okay, which one was for sale? The big one or the small one?
The big one, the Magnificence.
Okay, so Magnificent, which does look like it deserves its name, or at least let's get closer to see, is for sale, and the other one seems to be like your personal cap ship.
Yes, it was kind of the prototype for the Magnificence. There's still some technical differences where the Assurer was not up to the level that the Magnificent is, but it kind of gives you an idea also how you could make a cap ship that's even smaller if you don't need a big hangar.
Okay,
Magnificent though is kind of the luxury cruise ship for people that have the funds, that want to travel in style, want to enjoy themselves, and want to show off. It's very efficient, optimized, stylish. Just the only thing it can't do, it will not transport your max size moon miners.
heresy.
For that,
Absolute
someone
heresy.
who buys a ship, yeah, someone who buys a ship like that, I would expect them to have a big transport still cap ship on top of that. But this one would be the perfect one for the daily use.
Okay,
But
there you are.
let's take a look yourself.
I can see 3 cap ships, not 2. Is there a tourist around, or all 3 yours?
Lusanka is the cap ship from my partner Peter, and I think he just wanted to visit us and maybe join in, but I'm afraid he cannot make it so early, so it just happens to be nearby.
It's going to be, everything is going to be put on YouTube after, so if you want to do the visit. Oh yeah, so just for my viewers, my cap ship is called the Graveltooth. It was a bit of an inside joke because I used to crash in the ground many times. So I just baptized the cap ship in that honor. And it hasn't moved in the past year and a half. I'm absolutely certain the propellant looks like dust if I gave it a closer look. Okay, so what I propose is that we start by the smaller of the 2 cap ships. Otherwise, the big one is otherwise it's not going to be interesting to see the small one.
Good. Then grab a seat. You should have access rights.
It looks like it.
I'll head over to a small one. And forgive my flying, I'm not a very good pilot. I'm 1 year ahead of
I
time.
will not be pointing any fingers.
But you'll probably feel the crashes. So flying slowly towards it, just to give you an impression from the outside.
You can't be as bad as me. I successfully broke one of my ships in a safe zone.
I did it too, don't worry.
Okay.
So that's the front of the ship. Actually, we are below it. It's the lower side. See if it, oops, sorry. That was unintended, but okay. Then let's just land since we're already here.
No worries.
We can take a look at it later from the outside. I kind of failed that. So we're upside down.
Okay, so you do have a ship designer. No, what is this?
It's the hangar console, so you can spawn little ships here. It's a fully functional hangar, but it's a very small one, as you can see. 8x8. It does fit some small ships like this one, for example.
I really like how flush everything is. You must have put some time in that.
Oh yes.
Okay, I've got Squash that really loves capships, and I must say this one is...
So you can see you can fit a small fighter or something, or a shuttle, but you'll not fit anything much bigger than that.
Is that Peregrine stuff? Yeah, that is Peregrine stuff.
Yeah, it is. You know it.
Yeah, I know it. I had a fist fight with Peregrine on top of one of those ships. I've got some good souvenirs of that ship.
So yeah, that's the lower deck here. Normally you would just float in on the upper deck, but let's take a look at the lower deck first. That's the engineering. You already see the walkways are rather short. So you go from the hangar right in here, and you can refuel all the tanks. And you will notice if you look up, there's this more brown connector thingies. They connect the engines and stuff. So if ever you jump through a moon or something and everything disconnects, you can reconnect it real quickly and efficiently just by looking up and dragging the lines.
I feel like I really need to get back at my old gravel tooth. That's a glorified ship designer. Ooh, gee, you're a bit low on Exorium.
Yes, always am. That's fine though. Better than having it disconnect and vanish into Nirvana.
There.
Anyway, it's very central. You don't have to walk far. Similar with the engines. The engines are right here around the corner. And everything can be connected again from the central hallway. So while the drives stick out and you could go in there and take a look, you don't actually need to go there. You just need this main hallway.
Wait. You've got plasmas pointing in both directions.
Yes, that doesn't really matter for the game.
No, I know it doesn't, but it's so weird to look at.
Well, if you look at from the outside, you will see they look like reverse thrusters or braking drives, and perfectly fine.
That also means
somehow the ship has to stop it, right? I mean, I would feel strange not having reverse thrusters.
That means your capship probably has got almost max speed, like the 14 kilometers per second.
I don't think you can actually reach 14 because the weight of the drives kind of prohibit that, and you end up at 13.8 or something that you can reach. But yes, this ship has a top speed of 13 kilometers per second.
Yeah, if we measured it or had the exact values, it would probably be 13.9 or something like that, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. You can't exactly reach 14. Get infinitely close to it, but not quite, and this one flies 13. Yeah, so that's just a small crafting room. We can look at the other side though. So that's kind of mirrored here. It's a bit narrow here because this is just the engineering area and not something where passengers would usually dwell. It's pretty similar. There's a small private room here though at the end.
I'd forgotten capships could have chairs.
Well, you kind of want to sit somewhere and enjoy the view during the trip.
So that's the cat. That's the cat walkway.
And there's some shelves for storage of your items. For example, you can store capital ship travel chips here. I've just not done that yet, but I will in the near future.
I'm starting to think I need to work on my own capship.
Yeah, I hope you get a taste of it. I would like to see more pretty ships and more interesting things to see in the game rather than flying boxes. Not to say that flying boxes are bad per se, but something like this feels a little more fun to travel with.
Mine is not even technically a box, because a box would at least how do you say sous-entendu? Give me a second. Google Transaction. Anglais. Sous-entendu. Oh yeah, implies. So a box implies that there's it's a cube, whereas mine isn't even a cube, like it's completely see-through.
So I
Box-
would usually would spawn ships here, and you're right at the center height to access them quickly.
Okay, I've got one question. This looks like it would anger the ship designer to have objects in it.
That's absolutely no problem in the hangar, but you might get issues with spawning ships very close to it.
So you can, in fact, build in the ship designer. Just be
No,
aware.
you don't build. Well, in the ship designer, it's not a problem whatsoever because there it's faded out. But here in the hangar itself, when you spawn ships, it kind of reduces the hangar size a little. Game takes care though to not spawn the ship inside lamps and other things.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of all of the ramifications and the implications of it, because that means you can, in fact, this is what I'm looking at. It's gorgeous. You can, in fact, really get
I can give you access to the ship designer here. Give me 1 second.
Sure, thank you. Looks like
And
I can
I'll give you
already.
hangar access. Oh, you can
Already am.
Yeah. Then you can just start it and see for yourself.
No, that is what I was expecting. But what I'm surprised is that it considers it to be a valid ship designer.
Yeah, it absolutely is. No problem with that. I actually built a ship in here. The Beetle class starter miner that you've probably seen on EOSCon was designed in this box here also to fit that ship.
I'm just checking in front of my big... Hello, Comf. Okay, no, the big fighter doesn't fit in. I've got a big non-meta fighter. Oh, it's a close squeeze there.
Yeah.
Oh, like that. Oh, fun.
Fits surprisingly much as long as it's compact. So the Beetle is a 200 crate miner and it does fit here. I buy it barely, I have to add.
So yeah, I'm really taking note of the fact that you can make a big ship designer look nice.
Yep.
To me, I didn't even bother because I didn't know it was possible. But this gives you, to an extent, it gives you like one of those Star Wars effects.
I think it's very nice if you don't have just these ugly beams that shape the hangar shape. I mean, you can see part of it here for the lighting effect, but I wouldn't want it all around, and I wouldn't want the force fields inside. So I kind of cover it up with plating that you can still see it's there, but you don't have all this force field effect shimmering on your walls and so on. It's much nicer if you have a proper wall on the inside and just use the force field as a gate to the outside.
Okay, give me just 1 second. The Magnificence is just there. It will be visited after. The problem is if we visit the best ship now, that one is the one I'm currently visiting is going to be considerably less interesting. So visiting this one first, which I must say I am quite impressed by. It's absolutely gorgeous. I did see there's a room on top that I have not yet visited, but I just wanted to have a better look at the outside. Like the nice and reflective.
Since we are here, we can go to the landing pad. There's also a small outside landing pad here.
Oh, wait, Aha wants to go to your camp ship. So, the easiest way is go to Origin 1. Origin 1 is the closest station there is. And then you head out, but you don't go in the gas belt. And normally you should, so I don't see his transponders, but the gravel tooth should be public. I think it's because my settings don't allow.
If you want someone added, I can give them access. At least for this ship.
I think it's going to be, not for the Magnificence, you mean?
Yeah, for that I need my partner Peter because he's currently the holder of the ship.
Okay.
He pings me his name, I can give him access so he can visit it himself later. But it will probably be an hour before my partner can come online.
Okay, Aha tells me that he has, or he already has access, so I'm just showing him where to get it, and the Magnificence is currently called the Lusankia. So yeah, with that you have the rough direction as to where to go. Origin 1, and then you stay above the belt. Okay, back into, wait, are you back into the ship? Yeah, that ship
Actually, come
designer.
out here. You float out after you are done with the designer.
Where are you exactly? Oh, you're on top.
Right? If you just went out and to the top.
Yeah.
Since you've been there. You can see the observation deck from the outside, but there's also a small landing pad here. So if you have a shuttle and just want to drop someone off, you can shortly land here and enter the main deck. In this position here.
Nice.
So that's the official main door. There's a small force field here, if you can see it.
If we're getting our capship blueprints like we should be getting in April, I think you're going to be making a whole lot of money.
That would simplify things a lot, yeah. But then it would not be unique anymore.
But you don't need to sell this one, nor the Magnificence, but you can make an export version of it. And
Probably, yeah.
Your attention to detail is honestly really impressive. So is this so this is another ship design, it's just a miniature one? Or is it a factory hull?
Hangar. It's a fake hangar. Factory hulls don't work on capital ships. They don't come online. So this is a fake hangar just to project the force field.
I'm absolutely certain that there's the little shuttle that you used to bring me to this capital ship would fit in here.
No, it would not.
Oh, you tried?
Yeah, that's bigger.
I didn't say you would get it out because the entrance is smaller, but you could spawn
Oh,
it.
it's a little bit longer.
Oh, it's longer?
Yeah.
Oh, fair. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
If you enter the main hallway, that's actually where we were before with the hangar. Yeah. If you look down. And just opposite is here the observation deck. So if you have guests in a flight and you want to enjoy the view while jumping past some pretty planets, then you can sit up here and watch what's going on.
I'd forgotten you can... Wow. Yeah, Skip, it's just that it looks nice, and it doesn't take much place, and yeah, it's just that, it looks nice.
Actually, you might have some miner which is bigger than this capital ship here.
More than one, I think.
Yeah, it would be an interesting size comparison if you pick out a big ship of yours and float it next to it.
Well, if you want to, well, it's $250,000 to drag it here, but I'm quite... no, wait, I've got a slightly shorter one that should still be longer than this. I've got a behemoth of a ship. So if you look at my cap ship, you'll see that there's two ship designers. The first one is the original one, and my cargo ship got blocked in it. It could no longer spawn because that first ship designer is too small. So the second one, which immobilizes the cap ship won't fly with that second one, was made to allow me to spawn that second, to spawn the cargo hauler out. And it fits in diagonally.
Oh, yeah, I think that will be bigger than this one here.
It's my ship that has one plasma thruster of 38 rings.
That's impressive. There's a small recon room. It's not very pretty, but there was no more room on the ship than that.
Dude, I really don't think we've got the same definition of not really pretty. If you want to, I can show you my cap ship and you'll understand what not really pretty means.
Well, there's a room coming next that's a little more pretty, which is a guest area and meeting room.
I keep forgetting that you can sit on these things.
Oh yes, it's comfortable, and you have a bit of a view.
Yeah, I'm very unwilling to spend the time and effort on something to make it this nice looking and not being able to share a blueprint.
Yeah, the advantage on this ship is that it's really small and compact, so it's a nice secondary ship. And I must say, I do have a bigger cap ship, but I rarely use it because I don't necessarily need to transport my ship. I usually have ships in all places wherever I go. And just to take myself from place to place, it's much more efficient to take a small ship, which is nice to travel with, than it is to have a huge behemoth that just eats tons and tons of fuel. So 90% of the times I'm just using the small one.
What's the name of this cap ship? How wants directions?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. So presumably, I think, or just go for the Magnificence or for the Gravel Tooth. There's a few more all around. Make me jealous because I've pro and Skip. Look at me. I have $3,500 in the game now. Was it more? No, barely, just slightly shy of $3,500. I still do not know how to make a pretty looking interior. And mind you, I designed this like crazy big taxi, the deal with it. It is, the interior still has a very functional vibe to it, even with all of my efforts to make it nice looking. Give me just 1 second, I need some the Earthling equivalent of Nergite to lubricate my throat.
Actually, the big capital ships are much harder to make, just because a cap ship hangar, which is full size, is like 9 stories high. And if you want to bridge that much height, you will have so much hallway that no matter what you do, it's gonna be kind of ugly.
You also introduce another problem, that is that the you won't be able to load enough zones at once. So it's always going to look like
Exactly.
a potato one way or another.
If it even loads, you might actually see half the ship only sometimes, which is not so nice an effect.
I think it's really nice to unlock all of the zones, but not necessarily to use them.
Agreed. Oh yeah.
Because it means you've got like this huge protection bubble that you can then use as you please. I'll take a guess and say that's yeah, that's Aha.
It's floating by, yeah. Oh yeah, that's the bridge. Cheers here. And it's a pretty nice view when you're jumping.
Yeah, I can guess, yeah. And you placed all of these blocks outside of the ship designer, one by hand, can't be copied, can't control it, just
correct.
Deal with it.
You just have to put it one by one, and yeah, we'll see it maybe on Magnificence later. There's several ways to build a cap ship. Normally, people just use those cap ship modules, which are plates that stick to each other and snap very nicely. And they're all fine, don't get me wrong, but they are heavy and inefficient, both in item count, in weight, in material cost, and so on. And this ship is basically built out of very thin station plates throughout, and then just compensated with capital ship blocks. It was not the most efficient way. I learned how to do it even better for the Magnificence. But still, it's just thin plates all over the place. And if you know the plates from cap ship, probably here on the sides, you'll see it where I am. Those lines, they come on the thin plates that are available. And you save like 80% of the weight. And this is what kind of enables the ship to be so fast, despite having all this interior. Of course, that means you need like 5 times longer for the placement of each plate.
Okay, just 1 second. So Skip, the answer is yes, but it's also not easy. So in his ship, for example, if I recall the way down and I go onto the maintenance area on the side, you can see that he placed the crafting benches, but I don't think it's like super recommended to have too many of them. He does also have plates in the... Oh, wait a second, these are ship plates we're walking on.
There's partly ship plates as well, but these are not ship plates. Those are thin station plates.
So how did you get the triangle?
It's just different station plates merged together. Let me see if I can show you real quick. Capital ship station plates.
Do you remember when he's going to show stuff, there's no Control Z, so if she ripped the wrong thing out, it's a whole lot of troubleshooting.
So, craft one of those. Yep. Oh, you see this white plate?
Yep.
So you can take these white plates and you can arrange them together just to fill the area.
And then you painted it.
Yeah, exactly. Or the plates are hand painted, of course, and several hundreds of canisters of paint here.
Yeah, I've got...
It's several thousand on Magnificence, then you will see.
We've got a corporation member called that painted a max size station.
Oh yeah, that's...
You'd be horrified of the amount. We're talking hundreds, like multiple hundreds, almost 1,000 of arcanium that got used just to craft paint. Just paint.
I can feel with him. Yeah, if you look at Magnificence later, I think it was like 4,000 or 5,000 buckets of paint.
Way too much. Way too much. Like those little canisters are so small.
Yeah. But yeah, that's I think pretty much all there is to see on this one. And if you like, we can then float over to the Magnificence one.
Sure, it is a damn good job. Very inspiring.
Yeah, of course, available for contracting if you want something like this constructed. But keep in mind that even a 1 or 2 zone ship already costs quite a few fortune, and everything else bigger is probably ridiculous.
My website has got a capship calculator. So you can, in fact, punch in quite a few values to get a general idea of what would be the resource cost. Not the design, not the hours spending placing everything. But you can get an idea of how many resources need to get invested. So this capship does... Oh, wait a second. Let's go to my capship first and let me get my my big ship. Let's do size comparison. I won't get the super big one out, but I'll get the big one out. It was the 2 towers that you could see at the EOSCon. It was those ones.
I cannot accelerate for some reason.
I may have quite a few things on me.
It's the safe zone of yours, which is slowing me down.
Oh, okay, give me a second. You need access. F3. Oh, wait for the freeze. Gravel tooth, view, friends, Loneshade, add access. Who shot me?
Hey, but something hit the glass window.
Oh, there's Craig. Yeah, there you go. It was Craig having fun.
Yeah.
I Lloyd Craig. So I won't be taking the Ongi out. I cannot spawn selected ship. Hangar area is too small. I would need to use the other one. Instead, I'll be using the eel, which should already be here. And behold, the size of the damn thing. And this one is the compact version, mind you. That one only has 32 plasma rings. And it takes a whole lot of time to spawn. Come on, mate. And there you have it. It touches the two... do stay on your ship though, otherwise you'll have to fetch it from my cap ship, which will take some time.
I'll stay here, yeah.
Ah, come on, it was meant to turn... I need that plasma is already on. It's got a good acceleration. If you know where you're going, which is not the case because I can't see shit.
Reminds me of my own flying.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets so much worse. Yeah, the massive downside, inconvenient was that ship is the rotation. That really was an afterthought, and you can really see it. I'll turn the plasma off. It limits the speed. Can still move. Now, I need to be very cautious because if the ship detects your hangar and attempts to get into it, it is never getting out.
I doubt it would despawn to begin with, but yes. So yeah, you're definitely longer.
We're talking about Starbase here, like don't...
Okay, I'll try not to jinx it.
What was it, the sentence? Don't trouble and trouble won't trouble you. I think it was something along those lines. Oh yeah, it is. And the eel is even longer.
I mean, as far as I know, I have a few hangars with some ships that were too long for it, and it just refused to let me actually even store the ship.
Mine didn't, sadly. And that's how the ship got stuck for an entire year.
It was actually also a fun thing with a Biosbox capital ship. He had decided, hey, with the hangar this big, it's kind of annoying to walk to your storage solution, right? So he made one that follows the edge of the hangar, spawned it, filled it with like a bunch of gerodium, despawned it, and then he couldn't get it out. For a while.
To get mine out, you can see there's a bigger ship designer attached to the front of my cap ship. That's how I got it out. It actually may be a very bad idea to turn down. Okay, it's really on the slow side without the plasma, but it still does move.
Wait, and if you have the big ship designer, then it's not gonna... Yeah, whatever.
Obviously, I know that I'm in a safe zone, so I'm not bothering to drive in a particularly prudent or conservative way. But yeah, the ship does allow you to floor it whenever you want to. It's up to the pilot to decide if it should be done responsibly or not. 1,200 crates for that ship. And it does go quite fast. And I'm back on your ship.
Yeah, then I need
Exactly. I absolutely need a good excuse. Otherwise, I'd have to admit in front of my whole audience that I'm a terrible pilot, and that I just can't do. Like, I need an excuse. Onto the big one.
Find it.
It's on your right and under.
Thanks, found it. As opposed to a Shura Triora, it looks good from the distance.
It was also one of the fun things when I printed that sphere for US Con, right? My hangar isn't just a box open on all four sides. It actually has, you know, some structure around it.
Oh, that's the Magnificence. I confused both of them. Oh, and that ship is still under construction.
Magnificence is not under construction. She's fully done.
Yeah, but I was confusing it with Lusankia. I got confused.
Yeah, no, the Sankhya is basically under construction, yes.
Good luck.
Project, I think,
Good.
You have to accept Peter's invite, please. Okay.
I mean, there are bigger capital ships than that, so it's
I think I've
possible.
got a good idea as to who owns this capital ship.
Again.
I think I've got a good idea as to who currently owns this capital ship. If I had to guess based on the ship sitting in the parking on the top.
No, it's not sold yet. It's still available.
Yeah, but it's yours for now. That's what I meant.
Yep.
Are you or are you not the owner of the cap ship?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you just
Landing
decided to squat the parking on the top.
Yeah. Also, I'm playing right now, so I shouldn't be able to talk.
No worries.
I hope it loads for you.
I'm on top of the cap ship. I'm already exploring the parking.
You jumped out and I wanted to give you a view of the ship. Okay, fine.
I'm at tourist. Let me come and see the view of the ship of yours. I jumped by mistake and got ejected. That's why I was exploring the ship.
I must say though, your car looks magnificent on this landing deck. I gotta make
Yeah,
a
thank you.
screenshot.
I hope so.
Sure it does, yeah. Front. Too high.
It's a pity you can't rotate your cap ship the way you want, because if you could have light. You could have light on the top of the cap ship.
Capships do have some like minor rotations sometimes. That's I managed to overlap the safe zone with someone else's capship at one point.
Yeah, actually, do remind me how much your this cap ship is being sold for?
750 million, which consists roughly 60% of material cost.
Yeah.
And
There you go.
40% work effort, so the material cost can be negotiated. If material.
Yeah, because you... gee, the amount of resources... Okay, wait, stop a second, it's a potato. Let the potato lord grant me a high LOD, thank you. Perfect. Oh, gee. Oh, I can actually recognize this star. You used it on your other cap ship.
Yes, some styles are similar. The ship roughly has, I think, 16 or 18 drives installed right now. For sorry,
No worries.
you can still expand it. We just didn't do that because all it needs doing is basically just plug in the rings. Everything else is there: the connectors, the power, the stabilizers, the structure. Everything is already done for more drives. We just didn't want to put in more because that would just be selling the material cost really, and that's pointless. So we can do it for whoever buys it, or you can just plug in the rings yourself.
I can see a spot where you forgot to finish the paint.
Oh, really?
Drama. No, the ship isn't
Yes,
perfect.
you're right. Terrible.
I
Yeah,
couldn't-
there's warranty
Yeah.
for things like that.
I
See,
mean, that's exactly the kind of point to negotiate.
immediately you have to whack 5% off the ship. It isn't perfect. I'm so sorry.
No, that's covered by warranty. Minor fixes and customization are included, like putting a plate with your ship name that you choose, unless you want to keep the current one. Let's fly into the hangar here. This is a medium-sized hangar, 20 times 20 times 20. For a size reference, for example, it fits a Ghidorah Mark II, or it does fit a 2000 crate storage box, no problem. Just not maybe your big moon miners or something. But it's enough to go around with your transports and what you need for daily use. Park here. Whoop. And that's where you normally would get off. Let me just repeat ship, refuel it. That's where you enter the main deck for passengers which are visiting. What you see right here is the reconstruction machine. So this also works the other way around. When you teleport to your ship, you can immediately reach the hangar and set out without having to walk around much or wasting time.
Now, that is something I should take note of for my own capship.
Yeah, it's very important actually. The first capship I built was a 15-zone ship, and it had so much walking around, especially once you jumped through a planet or something and had to reconnect 100 drives. It was like a nightmare. It took me 20 minutes each time to get it jumping again. And with this one, everything is fast and in range, and we'll see more of that a bit later. Now, if you go here to the left, there would just be a short, small reception for role-playing purpose. Not necessarily needed. Have some corner to relax and look into the hangar. The other direction, there's more passenger facilities. So some small meeting rooms if you want to sit and discuss with your friends. Couple of artworks, yes.
Was someone unhappy with the artwork, or was that intentional? I'm confused.
Oh, that's intentional.
It's called modern art.
I am not a reference on art at all. Like, absolutely not.
Well, similar to the other, it's comfortably decorated.
Peter was here, apparently.
Yeah, that's my partner.
I just actually figured that capships are not bothered by decal limits at all.
Well, no, not by the decal limit. Decal limit basically applies per plate, and the plate is one item, so it's wide friendly and a very efficient way to decorate your ship, because it just looks like a lot of things and interesting, more than a lot of small items which would just clutter up your item count. And this ship really is at the limit of the item count. And we had to just optimize the rear part like 3 times over to make all the engines and all the parts fit within the 15,000 item limit.
It's 15,000 per zone or for the entire
Per
capship?
zone. Per zone.
So
This
that means
road-
that extending it is not going to be super easy.
Adding more zones would not be a technical issue. I mean, except that it wouldn't look so good. But changing interior, yes, there's probably 100 items you can still add in the rear part if you want. Your own
Okay, so it
customization.
has more than enough, because you told me that
Yes.
it's expandable, but you also just told me it's on the object limit, so I wanted to know
Yeah,
if
it
there
is
was...
pretty much. 100 items is enough to put some shelves and stuff or some paintings, but it's not much when you're talking about structure, and just having like a ship wall can easily eat up like 500 items.
Yeah, but I was thinking of the plasma thrusters that could be added for the capship. I was referring to those.
There is enough room for the plasma thrusters and maybe another 100 items.
Okay, perfect.
So it's enough for decoration, but as I said, for a ship wall, 100 items wouldn't be much. Yeah, this road just leads down to the hangar floor. If you want it, nothing to see there much. A small room with a workbench, but no point in going here. Passengers usually would come here and enjoy the observation deck, which is in the very front of the ship. Seen it from the outside probably. So you can enjoy the jump view or have a drink at a bar if you prefer.
Oh, the propellant is such a good idea.
Oh, I went to the wrong place then.
Well, someone had a party here, one of them is empty.
And it's
You also have a
great.
fast travel console, so you can see how far you are from the target. And yeah, some artwork just to have it interesting.
So these are not tables; those are catwalks. If they are what I think they are,
Yeah,
or they.
perfectly fine for putting things on them though.
No,
So-
no, I know, but like the object and name, like
Yes.
the intended use is the
Correct.
catwalk. I thought they had like higher handrails, and I'm discovering that no, it's a tripping hazard.
Yeah,
Oh.
like perfectly fine as coffee tables.
I think they're much better as coffee tables than they are as catwalks.
I agree. Oh, yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen. I was
That's
apparently in the wrong room. May I offer you a drink?
Yeah, zombie, please.
A power pack for drink
Hmm.
and some balls for snack.
I'm on a
Perfect.
I'm on a diet. I only take liquid Exorium.
We are out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not the empty tank. Damn it, I was too late.
You'll have to compensate with some bullets to eat or something.
Oh, the best I can offer is a bartender joke.
Go ahead.
Bruh.
A neutron walks into a bar. It asks, "How much for a beer?" The bartender says, "For you, no charge." A neutron?
Yeah, no, I got it. I was laughing. I actually do also have a bartender joke. But let me just rethink to make sure that I say the joke correctly.
Okay,
I guarantee
okay.
you won't.
Another one then. The past, present, and future walked into a bar. It was tense.
Yeah. Okay, let me get
I
my.
think you're hired.
I just
Gotta
want
keep
to
going.
re-find my joke with the bartender just to make sure. I just want to remember the exact punchline. Otherwise, it's not funny.
Last time I walked into a bar, they told me to stop pretending to be a flamingo, so I just had to put my foot down.
But I'm just trying to get the amount right. I'm half asleep. I'm just trying to get it right.
Happy Trigger, be a little more optimistic and say you're half awake.
Now I'm half asleep. I never said there was a second half doing anything, you know, like it's quite wrong to assume that the second half is awake. I said there's one half that's asleep. I didn't say what the other one was doing.
Oh, that's already passed out, I see.
Probably daydreaming or also. So the joke is as follows. There's a customer that goes into a bar and he orders a coffee. And the coffees are $3 a piece. So he puts one coin at the far left, one coin in the middle, and one coin on the very far right. He rolls them just for extra effect. Bartender really doesn't think much of it, just takes the coin, gives them the coffee. But he's starting to get more and more annoyed because it repeats. Like every single day, the guy would order a coffee, put one coin on the far left, one coin on the far right, one coin in the middle. And by this time, the bartender has had enough. But one day comes and he gets a $5 bill and he says, "A coffee, please." And the bartender's triumphant. At last, his revenge. So this time, the bartender goes at the far left, puts one coin down, goes at the far right, puts one coin down, goes back to the middle and says, "There's your change, my guy." And the dude looks at the coin on the left, looks at the coin on the right, takes one coin down, puts it down the middle, and says, "Another coffee, please." A fun joke. Did I not explain it correctly?
It worked.
Oh no, sorry, I was
Right,
distracted.
no, but there's also a good one with the QA tester and the bar. The QA tester comes into a bar, orders a drink. Okay. Leaves. Comes back. Orders 100 drinks.
Small pause, Vigor. If you want to talk about QA, you need to explain what a QA is, otherwise the whole audience is going to be confused. QA is an acronym for quality assurance. In computer programming, the QA is the one that makes sure everything works as intended. So he runs the tests. He makes sure the quality is up to spec. So he's the one that's going to be pushing all of the possible buttons to make sure it works or does not work as intended. So when I'm doing something that's not meant to work, like I don't want an order to go through, I don't want that to work. That's the kind of stuff that the QA is going to be testing. Now that's out of the way, you can explain the joke.
Okay. QA tester comes and orders a drink. Leaves again. Then orders 100 drinks. Then he goes and orders an infinity drinks. He goes and orders -1 drink. Then he goes and orders a drink on the roof. Now that he has done all his testing, he concludes that everything works as intended, and the bar opens. Now the first customer comes in and asks for the toilet. The bar immediately catches fire and everything sinks into the ground.
That is exactly why professionally I am a QA. The amount of times I've broken stuff because it wasn't meant to be used that way is I've lost count. Anyway, let's go on with let's continue with the visit, shall we?
Sure.
Okay, one last one.
Sure.
Two dragons walk into a bar. One says, "It's really hot in here." The other says, "Shut your mouth."
What?
Two dragons.
No, I got it. I was trying to compute the joke. It sounds more like a dad joke.
All right, get out of my bar.
Actually, it reminds me, like, it was what, a vegan, I don't know, what was it? A vegan, a vegan, a feminist, and an extremist come into a bar. And I know it because they had to tell everyone within 30 seconds of entering the bar. Okay, let's continue. Enough bar jokes for, I think, an entire week.
Let's go. Before everyone runs away. So if you had enough of the jokes and want some quiet place, there's some luxury cabins down here. The reason they're placed down there is, for once, that it's the farthest away part, so there's no fast and easy access here, but it's only roleplay, it doesn't have much other purpose, so they can be a little farther out and more quiet.
I'm sorry, small pause. I have never, ever wanted wheels so badly in Starbase before now. Like that, like give me rollers, give me a skate, give me a bicycle.
You just want to skate down that hole.
I would I'd be doing that again and again.
You know, that little shuttle that we came here actually fits through the entrance into the main hall, and we've had fun flying around inside the ship with this small shuttle.
Okay, let's finish the visit and then let's do that.
The problem is just that the mechanics or the physics in Starbase, that once you bounce into a wall, it doesn't deflect you proper, and you kind of can get stuck very easily.
That sounds like a problem for later us rather than now us, if you see what I mean.
I agree. So yeah, there's a couple of 3 rooms, personal rooms with nice view and some customization, custom images and whatever.
That's a very elegant door, since you can't have anything that moves.
Correct. But it blocks the view to the inside, and you can still see outside from the inside.
Yeah. Nice.
Also have a view into the hangar from down here. And there's two more or less identical rooms, slightly differently furnished.
Different
similar in a way.
decals.
Different decals, of course, yeah. So whether you want them for the crew of the ship or for guests, you have some flexibility and some nice personal spaces.
You may want to visit Origin Zero at some point, which is the station that was made by Colt. He grants access to whoever asks. It's 200 kilometers from either Origin, I think it's Origin 24, 200 kilometers away from Origin 24. And it's a huge station.
Yeah, there's a small maintenance duct. You can reach the engineering from here if you have to. And go inside if you want, but in the end you just come up with the engineering. Maybe we do that later.
Okay.
Can take the elevator instead. So there's a central shaft in the ship that connects all the different decks and allows fast access to wherever you want to go. So let's go up 2 floors maybe. Not the first one, that's the deck where we arrived, but the second one, officer deck. So there's a small room, a space for meetings and relaxing. And the main purpose of this floor is kind of captain quarters or officer room as it's called. Which is the main hall of the ship for the owner.
There is a lot of corridors in this ship.
Good evening, gentlemen.
So you have the base corridor.
This is the captain's version of a bar. Do we get upgraded drugs yet?
You have to ask the barkeeper, but he's here, so.
I want a premium drug.
2 endos walk into a bar.
And what's the next part of the joke, or is that, or you haven't thought about it yet?
Where are you, though? Here's the punchline.
I prefer this punchline.
Uh-oh, let's run.
As a side note, I'm just as dangerous for myself as I am for everyone else.
Yeah, that is true.
No, this is the only good usage of Mercurium, and actually the only usage period that I know of for Mercurium.
Oh, for the ammo for the thing, yeah.
Always good to be armed, yeah.
How many weapons do you carry on you?
Yes.
God, but maybe that was from like the all.
I always have at least one rocket launcher with 4 or 5 shots and an assault rifle with an equivalent amount of ammo, and you'd be surprised as to how often that came in handy. And I did land a few very nasty hits with the rocket launcher.
So yeah, you can customize this room a little bit to my liking. Maybe some shooting targets I think we need to add, but that's up to the owner. If we head up, I think that's the interesting part then.
Now, is this your capital ship or is it a station?
That's a
The
cap
capital
ship.
ship.
It moves.
The one thing, the dark hallways really make it, yeah, inconvenient.
Zombie, it's not that
Oh,
it's
yes
more
and no.
useful to... No, yeah, for sure. The problem with the arc lighter is that your position is given when you shoot it. Whereas in a few instances in combat, I've landed a rocket shot on a ship from someone that just did not know where I was at all. I didn't get any kills with the rocket launcher, but I did get a ship kill with the Sentinel rifle. A very light ship, and the propellant got hit by the ammo. Sorry, by the bullets.
So yeah, you have the force field as well when you enter exit the ship, and here on the 2 landing decks. These forward landing decks can despawn some ships, not all, but for a lot of ships it works because the hangar is right underneath. So you can get the despawn menu up here as well if you want. The rear one is kind of safe to land on. Want to leave it longer, like this car. And also here, from when you land with your shuttle, for example, to get on board, you can immediately reach the bridge up on the left.
Is that you, number 1?
Is that what?
Is that you, number 1?
I don't know what number. I'm probably 42 if we go by my nickname.
No, number 1 refers to the first officer.
Then I'll be number 42 because the 41 previous ones got rammed into Elysium, lost in the belt, landed into moons, never to be seen again. And Officer 1 would be probably the owner of the capship.
So on the left side, you have 2 seats which kind of overlook the landing deck. On the right, you have 2 more that can operate the consoles if you need that. And of course, the captain chair that R is now occupying and enjoying the view. You can see almost 360 degrees.
Even if I played 24 hours per day, there would not be enough hours in one day to be able to equal the work of like players like you spending so much time making stuff pretty.
I think it's worth it because when you fly something like that, it's really a different feeling to just flying a box with engines.
Oh, I completely agree.
So you have some star map, yeah, and quite interesting, the shells for all your teleportation chips for the cap ship, and you can just drop them down here as inventory and have them sorted.
Was there not an issue with the cards losing their target destination if you leave them out of inventory for too long?
I've not experienced yet, but it's possible, yeah.
It's
I just don't trust Starbase to keep it that way.
Yeah, Starbase doing Starbase things.
Yeah, exactly. Like engines can disconnect, you can of course have problems with other things too.
Are the devices by chance in the initial zone that has the transponder?
Pardon?
Are the engines in the zone that has the transponder?
No.
No? Okay, then because
in fact this ship has a 4-zone safe zone, and the ship is in the center 2 zones of that. So you have some space in front and behind the ship where you can slow down and kind of get to safety and then think what you want to do.
How many zones is this entire capship? 1 or 2?
The capship itself is 2 zones, and the safe zone is 2 more zones.
So 1 in front, 1 behind.
Exactly, so you have some space to float your ship. Safe zone.
That's just enough to keep loaded at once in this game.
Exactly, yeah. We thought about making bigger safe zones as well, but the disadvantage if the safe zones get too big and you're going to crowded spaces, then it just fills up the whole area and gets kind of messy. We've had capital ships glitch into each other with the safe zones, so don't want to go to risk that unnecessary. And 1 zone is usually enough to kind of park a ship there.
My capital ship has got at least one max size cap ship that I know of, like true max size.
Yeah.
By the Biohazard has got one too. Yeah, Ouroboros's mega cap ship was never finished, but Biohazard has got an absolute monster of a cap ship, which I never saw.
I think the Biohazard capship is the second biggest in the game.
What makes it second and not first of equal first base?
Singularity Space Cooperation. I know someone there that made the Dune Highliner, and it is 50, all 54 zones, and it actually touches the zones on all sides. All edges of the capship are touched.
That sure looks good from the outside, but probably not so much from the inside.
Oh yeah, it is. It is so huge. Hold on, maybe I have a screenshot of it.
The main problem you will have is that it's a lot of running around, so
Oh yeah.
you'll find that when you fly it, it's probably not.
He found some other
enjoyable.
exciting issues with a capship that big. Like, one of them being that you don't want your control room all the way at the front because it just slams you around and some other weird stuff happens.
Well, since we've been here, maybe in the meantime we can look at the engineering part.
Sure.
Oh, let's look at where the engines are. They're not that far off the bridge because we can just float down here 2 stories. Back to the main deck. No. And right here is the engineering section. You can also jump the ship from here, of course. There's some small crafting room, whatever. And you have the main corridor with all the engines. Again, you don't need to go down ever like AHA does, because the connectors up here, you can refuel all the tanks from the main walkway here, and you can reconnect all devices from this main hallway. So if ever you have the problem of disconnecting...
Is the catwalk made of ship parts or of cap ship parts?
It's capship syn plates.
So capship plates can get this small?
Yes. It's not the modules though. You need to use the single plates. They're kind of hidden in the menu. And they're kind of awkward to plate because they don't snap very well. So often you need the big blocks as a markers and then snap the plates to that and then remove the big blocks and such. Like helpers as I call them. But the advantage of these small blocks is syn plates. If you look, you can float around. Oh, actually, this one has even modules. I said wrong, the walkway is from full block modules, but normally most of the walkways that you've seen, also in the main hallways, they're all syn plates. So yeah.
So there's 3-4 that's currently looking at my stream that wants to know what's the biggest size hangar hall on this ship. Is it the 20-20-20?
20 times 20 times 20, yes. So it's enough for a Ghidorah, for a 2000 crate storage box. Most smaller miners will fit it fine, and most transports will fit it, but not the ultra long haulers and not the planetary miners.
I think it could fit the Sufa, so no problem.
I'm not sure if a surfacer fits. The surface is very long, actually.
Fair.
What's interesting here also, though, you will see all the drives are X-shaped placed. And that's not just for looks. The prime function is that you can easily access them just via those hallways. Because just like the engines and other stuff can disconnect during a jump once in a while, you will also see with Starbase that every jump 1 or 2 drives might disconnect. And this way you can quickly see which drives are connected and which not. And without jumping around or flying, you can just reconnecting them all from the hallways here. So there are just these 4 hallways leading in these directions that can give you quick access to all your components. There's not so much running around, which is, I think, very important, because on my first capture I built, it said it took me 15 to 20 minutes to reconnect everything, and here it's maybe a minute or two.
Also happy I sent you the image of what I think is the biggest cap ship. That in highlight.
Yo, this thing is just big to be big at that point. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
huge
like-
cap ship down there.
That's actually my cap ship, but I think it actually would fit inside the other one. Like barely.
Cap ship carriers. Gosh.
Yes.
If you want, we can take a look into the superstructure, how it's built.
Sure.
Interested?
Was that the little axis I saw earlier?
No, that will just take you to the engine hall where we've just been. But if we float around to the engine section, we can float in through one of the engine that's not stuffed in yet.
What's that little... Oh, that's just an axis. Oh, that's why you didn't
That's
want me
the
to go
ramp.
earlier. Okay. It's because
There's not
it's...
much to see, it's just a working room. And
Yeah,
ramp up
but
to
it's
the engine.
interesting to note that you also put the roleplay to the point where you can just run without... Oh, two different...
Yes.
I want wheels. I so
The whole
badly...
ship. Yeah, the whole
I
ship
want
connected to the wheels.
wheels. I'd be having so much fun in this. I'd probably slam the wall at max speed.
Of course.
Let me fetch the shuttle so we can go to the rear more easily.
Or we can just run along the other side.
That also works. Can float to the top and run there.
Nothing like a good dose of virtual exercise. 135 10-ring thrusters for the screenshot that Vika just showed. It's a lot.
This
Like that.
yeah.
You
Comparison-
saw him doing some, small moves for inside safe zone. It's like, he needed like 3 Carnite filter tools.
Oh, you did that style shape because it turns out it's the most effective way of completely obstructing the
Correct.
entrance. That's why
And
you
it
did.
looks good.
Yep, I agree.
I don't like the engine sticking out in the rear. I think this looks much better. So if you look inside, you can see already all the thruster mounts and everything are there. So plug-in thrusters, you just need to remove the last ring at
I didn't even notice they were missing.
nozzle. Yeah, here, as you see,
Oh,
thrusters are short.
I'm noticing it now because the light is almost perfectly aligning with the house. Okay, so there's a few missing ones on the side. Yeah, but as you said, like the object
not
counter
right,
really allows you to do it easily.
Correct. So you just remove the nozzle, add the rings, and put back the nozzle, and that's it.
Do you
That's how it
even
works.
need to remove the nozzle to do that?
Yeah, because the rings snap to each other first. So I kind of lost you, but
I'm inside.
Can
You mean the
find me.
support or the nozzle? Oh, okay, no, okay. I see
rear
I see what you mean with the nozzle. I hadn't noticed that there was one at the far back.
yeah. So here is the nozzle is on, so that the drive socket is there, and the drive is connected and everything. So you just remove the nozzle, add the 10 rings, and put the nozzle back on. It's real simple, or we can do it for the owner. Just need some material.
Just one question. Freefall, what size would you absolutely want for a hangar hall? Because Freefall thinks that the hangar hall is a deal breaker. But I'm curious to see, because if it's like 22 by 22 by 22, it's still doable. But if it's 30 plus, then it's not.
Yeah, changing it would be kind of tricky on this ship because it's
Freefall 48 doesn't exist. I don't have a 48, and I've got the max size. 48 is what gets you the Anguille. The Anguille fits in I think it's 48 by 46 by 46. That's the size of mine, and it immobilizes the capship. Capship can no longer move.
There's also a fun thing with plasma thrusters. Those are you can use them to actually offset capship blocks by a third.
Okay, now Freefall actually does raise a question that I'm quite curious about, and that is it even possible to have a good-looking max size hangar? Because I'm not convinced it would be even possible to do so.
Well, as said, max size hangar is around 9 stories high, and it will result in a huge amount of walkways. I'm trying to make a ship with max size hangar, which looks good, but it's nowhere near the level of this one, I can already tell. But if you come here for a second, back inside, Happy, then I can show you how the building style is done.
Freefall, is that one of my ships you own that does that, or is it another one? Because I have a... Oh, okay, I need to get back under. I've got one ship that doesn't even want to spawn on a cap ship. You can't. It literally cannot. It's the Ongi.
When you look at side...
Oh, a Solar Explorer. Yes, makes a lot of sense.
I said I would expect owners that buy a ship like that to also have one cap ship with a max size hangar and engines only, where they can transport the big ones if they need to. But for normal going around, you would then have this one. Yeah, this area we are now in.
You had fun with the beams, and by fun you mean it looked really painful.
The point is that there's also limits in how many beam segments you can have. So you need to build straight things, and you cannot go wild with the beams because that would breach the limit.
Yeah, definitely.
Wait a minute.
How the ship is built.
Your cap ship would allow you to increase the hangar size.
Yes, with a lot of reconstruction.
Yeah, yeah. Admittedly, it wouldn't be pleasant.
No, because like for example down there, expanding in the direction where we are in would mean that the hallway is in the way. With the personal rooms down there, so you would need to remove the hallways and reconstruct.
Yeah, it would have had to be done from the very start.
It would probably be easier than to contract a custom design. Up to 2 zones is probably doable.
So what this means is that ultimately, if you copied, not that it would be easy nor a good idea, but if you copied just the outer shell of the ship and not the insides, you could in fact have a much bigger ship designer.
Yes, you could have that.
And as I just stated, could does not mean good idea.
No.
What you see also is now, even it's easy to expand in our direction and to the front. A bigger box means it's getting higher.
Yeah, that
and getting higher just means longer walkways, first of all. We did not intend to make it so big that you can fit any ship. Yeah, we didn't plan for max size hangar because just that makes a ridiculous big ship and it wouldn't look nearly as good. So you got to compromise, and we figured this is about the size that fits most things you need, even if that means probably not all your ships. So it's meant as a secondary ship. It's meant as a ship you use for daily use and for traveling, for doing your stuff. But if you need a certain mining run, then probably you pull out the other one and just load it up. What I would like to show you first before we move on though, is you see
I just got out. Give me just a second, because I'm actually sorry. I'm super curious about what I can load and not load in the cap ship size.
Sure.
So I'm about to try with the Echo 4 that I'm currently designing, and then I'm going to gradually go bigger in size. So the problem was Kennetor, like, seriously, he battled, he really tried. He had so many issues with his cap ship. There was one nasty bug that he had, I'm so glad I did not have, and that was the permanent potatification of a cap ship. When you were hit with that bug, your cap ship was lost. There was no getting it back. And he's...
we have...
Go on.
We have Icarus has a capship that also had that horrible fate happen to it.
Yeah, but Kenito already had okay, Zombie had it too. Like Kenito ran into it after spending like 3 or 4 videos. I mean, honestly, I can't blame it. He still gave it a try, got reimbursed, went back, got back to building a capship, and then I don't remember what happened to it. Oh, microgaps. I think it was microgaps.
Yeah, either you do everything in one go or you just don't care.
Okay, so the Echo 4 would not be a good fit, but what about the Echo 3? Echo 3.
Might be a.
Because the
Yeah.
Echo 3 is a do-it-all, so... And admittedly, nothing's preventing you from getting it to fit diagonally. Okay, some of
Well,
my
interior
old
maybe?
corporation members are visiting it, discovering it. So the Echo 4, guys, for those that haven't seen it yet, is the ship, that's the title of the stream, like that's the ship I've been designing. So an Echo 3 would fit if you just bothered to get it to fit in diagonally, it could fit no problem. Just like take the whole ship and rotate it 45 degrees. Quite a few of my ships do that, so it wouldn't, it's not very strange.
Yeah, it's not ideal because you have trouble then flying out, and spawning and despawning is inconvenient.
Yeah.
There are a lot of miners that are shorter though, or even big transports.
Fair, and that is problems I have run into myself. No hinges on the Echo 4. The Echo 4 has the mentality of a tractor. It's not meant to be pretty, it's meant to be as easy to use as possible, easy to update, upgrade. Okay, Echo 2 is a very comfortable fit. All of my combat... oh, okay, I know what one. It will not fit, but I want to know how badly it won't fit. You know it's a big ship when the game takes time to load it.
But I need to build a few more advanced crafting benches. This is just no state to be in.
Yep, like it is actually a surprisingly close fit. The deal with it is just like mostly flat, like it's a big flying pancake.
So you say if you pitched it down, it might fit.
I think you'd lose the weapons, but if you were willing to lose the weapons, it would fit. But you'd have trouble, like depending on the rotation of your capship, you may run into issues.
Yeah.
And obviously, the Ongi, which is...
Our tests were mainly done with Ghidorahs of all variants and like 1200 crates.
The Ongi is 1144 crates, but it's 1 plasma of 38 rings and it does not fall. Fun fact,
Well,
that is actually, that is what it looks like at Origin. When you spawn it at Origin in the ship designer, it actually accepts to spawn. And then it sticks out from the top and the bottom of the hangars simultaneously and it's completely locked in place. You can still despawn it, thankfully.
I think plasmas are a bit of the trouble if you have a very powerful plasma ship with a long plasma engine. Then that's what will not fit.
Yeah.
Ships with regular engines will probably fit most of the time.
So anything that's medium-sized will fit, no problem. It's just going to battle with XL and XXL sized stuff. But
Right.
as stated, first of all, you'd need to design the entire capship around it. And secondly, it's probably not going to look as good at all.
And you will have lots of long walkways with a big capship that can't be avoided.
Yeah, actually, it really gets me very curious. Anyway, I'm going back in because you wanted me to see something in the middle or at the front.
Exactly. Yeah, so in the middle, if we go there, you see the ship is basically constructed in 2 layers. There's always an outer hull layer.
Yeah, and the inner
Plates
one.
on your right is the internal plates, and then there's the internal layer where you can see somewhere floating around the hallways and the rooms that are in the internal. And because of that construction, it allows to be very lightweight. And there's many places here when you're floating around where you can see the plates from the sides and how thin they typically are. Like, yeah, you went out the front, but for example, here is a room, which is the big audience hall, and the hallway to the audience hall here where I am. And here you can see these thin plates here in action. They sometimes stick out a little, but you don't see that from the inside. The reason why it's built like that is that sometimes a bigger plate is simply more friendly to the item count and to the weight than it is to have multiple small ones. So it's not a simplification, it's an optimization on item count to fit all those things here.
There's
That's
been a
just a few.
lot of thought. I can also see like the shapes of the beams you really did not want to use any more than necessary.
Correct.
So they stick out
Beams are
and
weight,
they... Yeah.
beams are cost, and it's more efficient to have less.
How fast does it go with its current setup?
10 kilometers per second. And it's got like 40% of the drives in.
So you should be able to expect at least 12 when putting
Yes.
everything.
12 is absolutely the goal. 13 might be a close call, maybe not. I would expect it to go something like 12.8 or 7 once it's fully equipped.
There has been a lot of labor. How many hours do you think you put into that ship? Not the resource gathering, not the crafting, which would have taken an absolute eternity, just placing all of the objects.
Well, I have to say we were extremely fast, and it was an amazing collaboration with Peter, because each of us just did what we are really good at and experienced with. And with that, we ended up around 200 work hours. And I would have to add that if I did that,
all together?
no, in total. So it's really not that bad. But I must say, if I did that trip on my own alone, I would at least have needed 300 to 400 hours myself.
Yep.
So that was really a lot of efficiency optimization. That certain corners, he just has the experience of doing them, knows what paths to get and how to snap them correctly. He did those, and I didn't have to bother, and vice versa. Other interior things were mostly done by me because I know how the parts are fit together. Also, what you have to think, each of the plates were painted immediately upon placing it. A lot of people think, yeah, I will paint my ship afterwards. But matter of fact, that doesn't really work, because then you'll have the situation that you cannot easily reach the plates anymore. That's one thing. And the other thing is that very often the shape of the plate affects then the painting. Like if you want to have certain small thin lines running along, you have to make the plates already in that segmentation that you want it painted in.
I found a forgotten beam. Just wonder.
Yeah.
Also, the other thing, of course, that if you paint something and then pick it back up in your inventory, you cannot tell what paint color anything has, which is
Correct.
Some of my ships, it's just some blocks are red because someone had fun with a paint tool.
Yeah, I noticed that 2 or 3 interior beams that are not visible have the wrong color. I'll probably fix that. But it doesn't really matter because you can see it anyway.
Bob just sent me a screenshots of a ludicrously big capship.
I would call the average size.
I'm not even going to go in there, Vega. There's too many dirty jokes
Yeah, I'm
that I'm going
sorry.
to be keeping off my stream.
I'm more interested. What did Bob send you before?
Oh, that got me that reaction? I don't remember. Last time we chatted was almost no, over a year and a half ago. Why did I answer that?
No idea.
Oh, it was Sega reconnecting after quite some time. And I was emoting on the fact that he was buried alive under tickets. Those are the emotes that you can see. I don't know how on earth can you like imagine the thought process of filming yourself to do that short GIF. How? How? To be fair, there's also some ships that I see in Starbase where have the same approach, where I just look at it and be like, how did you even think about it?
A brilliant question sometimes.
Well, that was like really, really nice visit. What's fun is you can even see the little access hatch.
Yeah, correct. The hanger from the access hatch.
Yeah, that opens up a whole lot of possibilities. I'm really impressed by the level of optimization and thought that went into it. It also allows me to have like a better understanding of why you're asking that sum of money. But I'm going to be going back onto something that really caught my attention. You said that you could be asked to design a capship. Like, rather than selling that one, people can approach you to request for a capship. Is that correct?
Yes, that is possible.
So
And
they
we would
can
absolutely consider making one. Just have to be aware that even a capship like this takes maybe 2 months to complete. Assuming we invest a lot of time into it. So we have to align the specifics then and see what it comes up with. Mostly it would be a time and material bill.
So just for the viewers that just arrived, this capship that you're currently looking at is for sale 750 million, is that correct?
Correct.
750 million to cover like all of the resource cost, 60% of the price tag, and 40% for all of the man hours that went into it. Or you can commission to get your own capship done. But as you just said, that's an entire month or two worth of work.
So there is a wait time for it, and
yeah, because you can only make one at a time.
We are limited in how many contracts we can accept.
But right now, the amount of contracts you have is 0 or 1?
Correct. I mean, the plan was now to work on a regular ship. But if there's a contract, we'll definitely consider it.
The reason why I wanted to point that out is because some players were quite interested. Like, there's at least 3-4 that was very interested by the capship, but disappointed in the capship size. But if the request comes in for a capship with a big capship size that has all of this vibe, all of this a crazy amount of work, it becomes possible. Although I do think there's going to be a back and forth just to make sure nothing unreasonable has been asked. Anything else you would... Sorry?
I fixed the wrong beam. There you go.
No, okay, so I was on another wrong beam then.
Oh.
You fixed the wrong beam.
Amazing, you found another.
Look at where I am so you can find it.
Every wrong beam you find gets 5% discount.
I will remind you all that professionally I do work as a QA, so it's not a surprise if I find small details. I found a missing piece of glass on one of Arconius's ships. And to say it was a surprise is an understatement. Same thing, he spends a crazy amount of time on his
Oh yeah,
build.
he does amazing quality work as well, and I very much appreciate it.
And to my minor annoyance, when you
Perfect.
checked out Enjoying Inspire, you immediately went for a gap that I wanted to fix later.
You were so keen on hopping onto that opportunity, I didn't understand about what gap you were referring to on your ship.
Basically, between the hood and the side.
No, your ship is a massive headache I'm so happy I never had to deal with in the design, I mean. I would never, ever, ever, ever want to design something with so many curves. The only one I know that would take on that challenge would be Rukia, who somehow has fallen completely in love with the concept of curves. I can't. I cannot. I like angles, like just hard angles, and preferably 90-degree ones.
So I hate 90-degree angles.
Oh, I love them. But I've got, I'm like the equivalent of someone that designs tractors, you know, like it's robust, easy to maintain, fix and use. But unlike a tractor, you won't cry if yours breaks. So I do recall that is a problem with modern tractors. They're crazy expensive.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just get some more stuff for my throat. Be right back.
Allow me to get out. Need to get lost in the superstructure.
Let me get this. Like, I'm trying to get in front of with the heads in front of me to think of how I'm gonna make this fit. And now wait, game's still locked up.
Well,
By the way,
thanks
of
a lot for the
customization-
showcase. Go on.
Speaking of customization, I guess there's a lot of good ship designers who can easily design whatever ship you want to fit into the hangar.
Fair. But yeah, your capship is most definitely a candy for the eye.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the showcase.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
And I suppose I can expect to visit an absolute titan in a month or two, looking at the state of the other one, the Lusankia.
This one might need a little more time and work. It was an early project from my partner Peter. A lot of inside and outside missing, so this is more a 2-year project. That's probably the kind of time frame you look when you're looking at the max size suit.
We're going to have blueprints, but we don't know how they're going to take shape. Is it like a saver blueprint and a capship designer? How big's our station's going to get? Anyway, that's my whole how did I call it? A whole burger worth of like quotes, a whole burger worth of nothing for the moment, a whole nothing burger. Trying to guess like what's to come with all of the capship and corporation stuff. Thanks a lot for the visit. I'm going to be hopping back into the SSC that I call home.
If anyone else wants to visit, you're welcome to message me or my partner Peter Pleite and have a visit on the ship yourself.
Can they ping you on Discord if they want to interact with you for a capship, or this one in particular or another one? Do they ping you on Discord?
Of course, yeah, they're welcome to.
Can I show your nickname on stream?
Go ahead.
So it's going to be Loneshade, and you can simply send them a message in Discord, and it's the exact same wording inside of the game. So if ever you want to interact through the game or through Discord, that is how you do it. Okay, well, thanks again, and I'm going to be going back to this horrible cube. Oh, damn it, I forgot to charge the reconstruction machine.
Yeah, I'll fly you back.
Much appreciated.
Hang on.
Looks like our house is going to be the taxi. Wait a second,
perfect.
your car's a potato. Let it load. A gorgeous potato, but still a potato. There you go, perfect. Now you can have it here. Gravel Tooth is what direction? Behind us, on our right. And down.
I will jump the ship back to region 22.
Oh, where do you wanna go?
Regular.
On the
Sure,
other side,
back.
and I'm not going to be... Oh, it bumped you off. That's interesting. On the right. 90 degrees right. Straight. It's not loading, but it's there. Oh, there it is. I think it's feeling shy after looking at the bitter capship.
The gravel tooth we are going to.
Yeah, I can't blame it for being shy after looking at that. Okay, just up. I'm going to hop off in jetpack. No worries. And just as I say it, it gets cranky. So yeah, the gravel tooth have got like this absolutely ridiculously big sized ship designer. The first one is the max size that you can have on a capship and still expect the capship to fly. That's the first one. The second one was to get my gigaship out, which is even better, but it also prevents the capship from moving. In this, like, first capship is touching the edges. You can have absolutely nothing around it. It has the beams, it has the plating, that is it.
In theory, you could have the plating and beams on the inside and the hangar all the way on the outside following the zone edge.
You could, but it's defeating the whole purpose of having these super big designers.
Alright.
You may
don't
as well
think-
reduce the size.
I don't
See,
think it
that's odd.
defeats the whole purpose because I like to, you know, take stuff and move it away from the center where I'm working on.
I
Nice
missed
looking.
her saying goodbye. Okay, well,
Oh,
bye-bye on the stream if you're still watching. So 1 second video. So yeah, Loneshade, thanks again for showcasing your capship. Now, for those that have just arrived on the stream, what you are looking at is the title of the stream. This is the Echo 4, and this ship is a free blueprint that I've been designing since last week. Actually started very little time ago. And the whole purpose of this ship is to be incredibly repairable, easy to maintain. It's a free blueprint, 1000 crates, 150 meters a second dry, and I think it's going to be 100 meters per second wet once I'm done. And the idea is to propose like an alternative to ships like such as the Ghidorah and whatnot. And what I'm probably going to be doing is have like modules that you're going to be able to plug in and off of this ship. As an example, I'd like to be able to replace the whole mining head. So you pop it off, and then you get another mining head, such as the one from the Megalodon. And just so on and so forth. Like I want to be able to take the propellant, replace it. The battery modules which are hanging off, no, I think I forgot to do a module. But these, for example, are the thruster modules. So the whole idea is I want them out, and now I put in full tier 3 stuff, because I want my ship to go faster. I could do the same with the generators. I take the module, pop it out, replace it with tier 3 or tier 1 because I'm feeling cheap for my example. And that's what I'd like to be able to do. So I'd like to be able to equip this this ship with surface mining lasers if I feel like it, which would make a free 24 laser 1000 crate surface mining ship. I think I'm also going to go 5850. And the idea is that moving your ship slightly will no longer deplete the batteries. Vika, sorry, I interrupted you. What were you saying?
Wasn't anything important because I forgot.
Okay. Yeah, that happens when you when interruptions happen. Straight beams. I just need to place a decent looking cockpit, and the pilot head needs to be in the middle here. In between those two beams, that's where Lil Endo needs to look. I'll take you. I don't know yet if I want a spare cockpit or not, and have it at the back. I could have a spare cockpit and put it here. I'll do that. Take you take you out. That's a different module. Take you, delete.
Why does my capship have to be such a pain to work on?
I think the person that is the cause of the problem is also the one asking the question.
First of all, yes. Second of all, what my game unfreezable? You.
I mean, you're allowed to try to disagree, but
No, there's no way to disagree. Oh yeah, right. Was it something with the autopilot? Yeah, it was something with the autopilot and stuff. I'll get that later.
so having you sit here allows you for an absolutely insane view all around, but I now need a compact cockpit, and I know just what to do to have one with an advanced display system. I need angled beam 72 centimeters. Put 48. And the idea is that when you hop out of your seat, you do in fact land on something.
Generally a good idea.
I know.
Especially when you tend to hop out of your seat while your ship is still moving and the thrusters are doing a thing.
I will say that it is heavily based on experience, what I just said. I may or may not have lost a few ships.
I haven't yet.
It's just a matter of time.
I mean, yes. In theory, the new INS suite should turn off the thrusters when realized that the initialized or reloaded or whatever. It is still frozen on the same. Oh, it just done froze. And they say complaining doesn't get you anywhere.
Depends who you're complaining to.
I complained to the game itself.
Then no, it makes no difference.
Well, I just started complaining that my game was still frozen. It just decided to unfreeze.
I'll remind you that we're talking about a very finicky game, and if you make it feel shy, it's going to start doing its crap all over again. You have been warned.
That
Just-
is true, yes.
Just as a sweet reminder. I can now place my cockpit here and also spend a little bit more effort into making it at least pleasant to look at. Remove those, take these, put that there.
I don't know what it is and why the game's mad at. Why is the game mad at me?
Because you were complaining. I
Yeah,
warned you,
You did, yes.
and you didn't listen, and now the game's mad at you because you complained.
I didn't complain, but I'm more just well.
You pointed out its flaws.
Well, you tend to get a little annoyed when your game freezes for 2 minutes.
Yeah, but you mustn't say it out loud because it's Starbase.
Oh, you mean it's like in Phasmophobia where the ghosts hear you?
Check if the game is using its microphone to be able to to be upset at you.
I mean, I wouldn't blame it.
What kind of dystopic game must it be to listen to you if it recognizes that you're speaking negatively about it? It just decides, you know what? For you specifically, I shall prove you right. And then it freezes.
Yeah. Or it would spawn an asteroid in front of you. As you're going at speed. Just like, yep, this asteroid here in particular will not get picked up by rangefinders until it's too late. Yeah.
Now, if the beams work as intended, I'm supposed to be able to hop on, hop off. No, I need my graph bits. No, I did not do...
But some
Sorry?
sky.
That's like the minimum.
I mean, of course, the place you exit will be different once you add all the control panels.
Yeah, but they're going to be like at feet level, just here. The levels are going to be hidden behind you, and I think all of the YOLO and critical components are going to be running down the length of this beam, or not. They're way too exposed. But the idea is, like, my experience as a miner tells me that I really want that absolutely gorgeous view all around on the side, because it's 90-degree perpendicular to the movement axis of your ship, where you're the most likely to see all of those nice-looking Tier 10 asteroids. Hence, the reason why I want to be able to turn my head and look perpendicular. Wow! Hello, Xander. Comment ça va? It's nice and welded. Can I hop on and off without it being drama causing? Because like the least interesting part is none other than almost quite in front. Mais ça va, tranquille, Xander. Là, je suis en train de travailler sur un ship gratuit là pour Bah, tout simplement pour ceux qui ont envie d'un ship gratuit, il n'y a pas besoin de raison en vrai. I think I am going to be borrowing this module.
But yeah, maybe one day when my capship is done, I can also invite you to visit it.
One day.
You know, there's a lot of capship that still needs to be done.
Is it the forever one day or one day one day?
Well, the day is moving closer considering I'm working on it.
I will remind you, and it does concern line share too, to an extent, that we do have a big update concerning capships.
Oh yeah.
So definitely something to keep in mind. But they did announce that nothing should be breaking for existing ships. Ships shouldn't break. Should not break.
Where there's an update, there's a Vega that breaks something.
Yeah, you don't need to be called Vega, you just need to be called Frozen Bite. And Lori that absolutely wants that feature in the game.
I mean, you know, for me, as often as the game is freezing, it is certainly living up to the company name of being Frozen Bite.
I never thought of that. Makes sense.
I feel like I'll just upgrade my PC one day just so I can not have these 2-minute lag spikes. But that's
I'll reassure you by saying that unless you still have an HDD rather than an SSD, it probably makes no difference.
it's a SATA SSD.
Should be good enough. Even if
Well,
it's not an M2.
I'll just run this game on my laptop that has more power than this desktop.
I am allowed all of this when it comes to YOLOL.
Yeah, I did the thing again where it's like, yes, windows everywhere. Now where do I put the beams?
Ha, I just saw a capship leave.
That was magnificent.
Yep.
It's actually quite fun. Capships, they accelerate and decelerate. And what you can do is actually sometimes keep up with them accelerating. Some travel moves, you actually get the capship almost flying through the origin gate. It's magnificent when it happens.
Up, 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 up,
It's still funny.
Perfect. Nah, let me be smarter. Let me put you there, you here, and you
Yeah. It's also funny. My capship on long journeys just tends to disassemble itself.
Yo, how? How does a capship disassemble itself?
I sent you an image.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Normally, it's just like the back of the wings, just kind of.
Does it stay like that, or does it reassemble itself?
I know if you move there and the LED pops, it actually is completely normal again.
Like some kind of transformers?
Yeah, the LED just wants to be there. I don't know. It was just I never had that big of a section move. I was like, on the front because that's the least I can turn around like, oh, what the hell?
Starbase doing its things.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you're not supposed to build a capship the way I did. For one, I'll sometimes just walk to this game on a capture and like wait for it to unfreeze without realizing, oh wait, it wasn't even frozen.
I haven't had freezes in a long time. The only moment where I know I can very consistently get a freeze is when I do a Control Z on a very big amount of bolts or an auto weld. That almost systematically causes a freeze. And that is because whatever optimization they did very early in the game, they optimized it because before, when you used to place all of your bolts, it wanted to systematically recalculate the durability after each bolt individually. And it wasn't optimized well at all, so it would lag like absolute crazy. Now it still does lag, it's just that you no longer see the lag because it's calculating it in the background like it should have been before. And then once it's done, that's when you get your durability being displayed, which is like the system that we are familiar with. But that's not how it worked the first time. Why am I not allowed? Oh, there you go. So that's to... They completely forgot to do it for the undo button. The undo button still causes the very old lags.
Well, that explains why undo takes ages sometimes.
It's literally as simple as that. Like, it's not literally just that.
Yeah,
Nothing
some
more.
ships are like so huge that it's faster to not use undo.
Yeah. Okay, that's my YOLOL.
This freeze is gonna think. Now we're gonna get something to eat.
I'm trying to guess how I want my levers. Oh, there's no need for you, nor for you. I think this is going to be quite comfortable to pilot and to use. Da, 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 da. Okay, how about a button for mining lasers that I see what it looks like? Sorry, button. And I need you, mining lasers on. ship is non-responsive. Why? The levers are not moving. The pilot seat isn't bolted. That may cause a few issues. Yes, maybe. Now. Okay, now things are moving. There you go. Okay, now this is super trippy. So I most definitely do need... Oh wow, finding asteroids with this is like... perfect. So I most definitely need some kind of horizon line, like an artificial aim. Because otherwise you really battle to see where the ship is pointing. But apart from that, it is awesome. And then you look completely on the left and the right to see all of the rides. Ship turns well, handles well, perfect. Now the mining. I forgot to cable. Can I... Do I have a cable tool? Cable. No, I do not. Damn it. Oh, that was fun to look at. Just saw your capship going.
Yep, Ashura is also jumping now.
As you were designing your ship, I actually borrowed some random person's mining ship. Saved myself a few hours of mining time.
You did what, sorry?
I borrowed a stranger's mining ship and mined a few tier 10 asteroids, so now I have time to go do other things.
How did you borrow a mining ship? Was it like outside of the safe zone?
No, it was just someone who friended me and then just let me operate the ship. I added them, and you know.
I feel like there's a whole lot of missing context to those.
I was just in Origin 2 and brought using your asteroid hauler. I brought 2 or 3 tier 10s, and because I don't have my own miner yet, I just like manually mine it with a pick. It's terrible, I know.
I've got
but,
3 blueprints for share. Just take one of them.
Oh, I know. I need to gather ore in order to build your BP. So,
Like, if you pour, there's even one called the Echo Zero.
oh, Nico.
So if you go on my Discord, check so you see like there's a lot of chats like, but one of them, so in the category called shops, you've got the first one called the Happy Ship Shop.
Oh.
If you click in there, you can then search, just write Echo space 0, and it's going to point it out to you immediately. It's my cheapest ship. It's designed for beginners, and it comes at a grand total of 68.3 stacks, none of which require you to get out of the safe zone to get.
Wow. Okay. It's great. I wish I saw this.
If you already have some resources, you can upgrade and immediately go to the Echo 1. He's a little bit more serious. He's got twice the amount of crates, like 128 crates, and he's already a bit more of a serious business.
Luckily, I've been using your your eco hauler for most of my cash. So it was a grind to get to 1 million, but then your hauler like increased my money by like tenfold. So
The grabber, you mean?
I believe it.
Echo Big Grabber, if it's the ship I think it is. Which I recall is a conversation we already had, and I'm the one that recommended the ship to you.
I believe so. That was a while ago. I forgot exactly.
Yep.
But either way, saved me some mining time. So I'm afraid I now have to go and be a big boy and mow my lawn.
But if you want to, like those, you've got different echoes. You've got Echo 0, Echo 1, Echo 2, Echo 2P, which is like an upgraded version, the Echo 3, which gets you respectively 64, 128, 256, and 500 crates.
Wow.
And they are completely free, and they're very bare bones. So it's like the absolute minimum to allow you to get going with your design.
Okay. Thank you. I will definitely
You're welcome.
stalk this section of the Discord now.
I need to redo the Discord to make the discoverability of the ships easier, but I think I've reached the stage where even Discord is not easy to use. There's just too many ships. I either need to do more forums, or I need to use a website. Lingen has been working, he's another player, he's been working on his own SSS, which is like a shop for endos, alternative. But I believe he isn't quite done yet, although he promised it before the next EOSCon. So I'm quite
I was also
interested.
thinking of a website as soon as you mentioned it.
Suck it.
Either way, I'll be off. I will be on later. I don't know what time it is over there, but
It's almost it's 23.
oh yeah.
So I think I'll be streaming for another hour also, just to get going with my design, and then I'll probably be off.
All right. Well, then I bid you good night and good luck.
Thank you. To you too.
Yeah, it's getting late.
I think I need to redo a few videos on the Echo series ships. I already did one, but I feel like I need to redo it and repost it, so that players may be aware of the existence of the ships. Because they're completely free and they're designed for new players, and I kind of get the feel that there's very few players that are really aware that, hey, it's free, like completely free. I feel like I'm doing a heresy by bolting. Oh wait, I can do it that way. Oh, perfect. Oh, absolutely perfect. Something's not working as intended. I most definitely need to get it closer to the player. Rods are not being displayed, nor is the battery. What the heck is that autonomy calculator? That is not the updated one. It is. Uh-huh. Oh, Rod T. No, you don't need that. What about the batteries? Prop F and T prop. Is that correct? No, prop T. Actually, let me do Rot T here too. Rod F, Rod T. Rod T. F and bat T. And I think I am not going to be using him, but rather the system that I put on the deal with it. That's considerably more pleasant to look at. Why do you have 2 progress bars? Anyway. Yeah, it doesn't have an extraordinary range. 720 kilometers. Or is it 1,000? Let me see. Okay, so they are missing a quarter. So 1,000 kilometers worth of propellant. But nothing's preventing you from refilling the ship to go further. Off topic, one day you need to count capship Eldorado. It is wildly different than anything I've ever seen. Well, if Squashed is still listening, if you want to present it next Sunday and hop on next to my capship, I'll visit it with great pleasure. I think I'm going to try, like, it really depends on, like, people's availabilities, what they can do, what they can't do, but trying to get events where I visit stuff, where there's races being organized, where there's try and like get a little bit of change in my streams and not have like 6 hours straight of ship designing. I can do it, no problem, but it's not super interesting to look at. So if he's interested, I'm all for it. In the meantime, I'm trying to think of a ship where I can extract the advanced display system without having an absolute headache. Not you. Not you. Absolutely not you. New Eco Big Red. What? The Mega Zoom is literally. Oh no, wait, you may. Maybe. What's new about you? What did I try to do that make you go new? Seems regular to me. The Mega Zoom specifically. So the Mega Zoom has got like an implementation of the advanced display system, but I think that's precisely because it is implemented. That it may be easier to pick apart. What's there? Those are the warnings. I have just 2 screens and I think they are more than enough. Do I have a full power button on this thing? So there's the sensitivity, autocannons, railguns, I don't need that, multiple fire. Cruise, high power, I do have high power YOLOL and sensitivity manager. Just need to remove the weapon related YOLOL. What about you? Central transponder active. I don't need you. That's used for something else. Generator unit rate. Oh, those are useful. I'm most definitely going to be using you. Thanks for the reminder, Vega. Much appreciated. As a side note, for those that discover this ship for the first time, the Mega Zoom is my racing ship, and it is really fun to use. It's got a crazy acceleration, and when I'm not streaming, even when I stream, I can push it to 160 meters per second, and I recall Balf can go 170 using it. It's just that fast. No, my stream is limited to 155. But if your computer allows it, your max speed just goes way higher. I mean, to be fair, the ship is literally just a flying thruster. Yeah, but that's what's so fun with it. And because it's such a compact size, I mean, it's not super compact, I'm not going to exaggerate. Oh, 160 for yours. No, that's not the Go Fast. I have a ship that is going to be called the Go Fast. As a matter of fact, its entire name is Go Fast or Go Home. I've started it. Aha is organizing like this. It was 800 tons. I negotiated 800 tons, and then he lowered it to 600, and I'm awfully disappointed. This is the Go Fast. And I'm still trying to figure out how to use it for the race events. It's not that expensive. Okay, scratch that. It is expensive. Crap! Like, wow! For real. But yeah, that one is the go fast or go home. And I discovered something fun. You cannot have a plasma with the 0 rings. The plasma just doesn't work when you do that. So you remove the rings. Initially, I wanted just that. Just for the memes. Oh, you mean half a ring? Yeah, but it's ugly. Like, this ship is already ugly enough as it is on its own. It's a good question. If I had to guess, I do not have any verification, but if I had to guess, it would be an entire ring. I think the ship, the game does checks, and I think that at some point a dev did a shortcut as to how he was calculating how the plasmas were connected. So he checks your plasma thruster. He connects all of the plasma segments, and then he divides everything by 4, and that's how he gets his plasma thruster, plasma ring count. And that's why we can do all of those crazy setups. It's because it's not checked at all. Like, that is not what the game is looking out for. That's the railgun. Won't be touching that. Those are the sensitivity buttons. I'll take Isan. Take Isan, and I need all of that YOLOL. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. I'll need this, and this. And oh yes, I need that too. Hello Sank. Comment on fait pour sortir de la safe zone, pour miner plus loin? Il n'y a pas de souci, je te montre ça dans une seconde. Hop. YOLOL. That's going to be the mega zoom. YOLOL, save module. Alors, par défaut, sur tous tes chips, absolument tous, tu as 3 options qui sont activées par défaut. Exit without saving. Alors, moi, ça freeze quand j'appuie, mais toi, il faut que tu fasses O pour avoir ton menu social. Oui, ça, c'est tout à fait normal. Et la raison, c'est parce que tous tes vaisseaux, individuellement, ont une sécurité pour les empêcher de sortir. C'est important parce que tu peux te faire voler ton ship, tu peux te faire détruire ton ship. Ne cogne pas d'astéroïdes. Si tu cognes quoi que ce soit en dehors de la safe zone, tu vas prendre des dégâts. Donc sois prudent avec ça. Dans le cas où tu veux quand même y aller, parce que visiblement, il y a un moment donné où il n'y a que des ressources que tu vas obtenir là-bas, tu cliques sur un de tes vaisseaux. Donc là, j'ai appuyé sur O. J'ai cliqué sur l'onglet des vaisseaux. Et là, tu as ta liste de chips. Bon, comme tu peux voir, j'en ai quelques-uns. Sélectionne celui où il y a écrit actif, pas in storage. C'est celui que tu es en train de piloter. Tu le déploies, et là, tu as tes 3 options qui apparaissent. Est-ce que le ship a le droit de quitter la safe zone? C'est lui que tu veux cocher oui. Est-ce que le ship a le droit d'être tiré par un autre vaisseau en safe zone? Lui, typiquement, tu veux le laisser désactiver, à moins que tu es certain d'être celui qui tire le ship. Sinon, pareil, on va te le chourer. Et le safe mode, sois prudent avec lui si tu veux le désactiver. Parce que le safe mode, quand tu prends des dégâts, mettons que tu n'as pas été prudent, tu as cogné quelque chose. Tu as des pièces de ton ship qui volent gauche et droite. Et toutes les pièces de ton ship ne se sont pas encore détachées. Le ship va grincer, tu vas l'entendre. Il va faire des bruits qui sont assez inquiétants. Oh, il n'y a pas de quoi. Oui, effectivement, si personne ne te l'explique, comment est-ce que tu es censé, savoir? Juste à l'avenir, je t'en donne le lien de mon Discord. Les débutants, je suis en aide quand il y en a. C'est là en fait que je stream, c'est là qu'il y a la communauté, c'est là que enfin, il y a une communauté francophone et c'est là qu'on s'entraide. Donc si jamais tu as des questions, tu peux les poser là-dedans. Ça va te permettre d'être dépanné. Par contre, comme je te disais, sois prudent. N'utilise pas ton chip le plus précieux parce que tu vas le casser. C'est absolument certain. Si tu cognes un astéroïde, tu vas avoir des morceaux de ton chip qui vont voler gauche et droite. C'est assez effrayant et c'est super rapide. Starbase, c'est aussi un jeu qui est très PVP. Là, maintenant, il n'y a pas beaucoup de joueurs, mais on a quand même quelques pirates. Hein. T'en as un ou deux qui volent et ils sont à l'affût. Donc ça veut dire que tu t'assures d'éteindre ton transpondeur si t'es pas certain d'être tout seul dans un grand rayon. Donc ouais, ma recommandation c'est prends quelque chose. 250 heures c'est pas mal, mais n'oublie pas en fait que ici t'as vraiment joué dans le berceau, quoi, dans la crèche, l'endroit confortable, l'endroit où t'as le droit de faire des erreurs. Et c'est on et c'est off. La difficulté, c'est soit très facile, soit c'est très difficile. Il n'y a absolument rien entre les deux. Quand tu vas sortir de la safe zone, si tu cognes un astéroïde parce que tu es allé trop vite, que tu n'as pas ralenti, ton chip va perdre des morceaux. Ça va se détacher, ça va commencer à voler dans tous les sens. Si quelqu'un te tire dessus, tu peux mourir. Tu peux te faire voler ton vaisseau et tout. Donc, c'est pour ça que tout ça, je dis pas n'y va pas, je dis vas-y avec prudence et n'y va pas avec ton vaisseau le plus précieux. Permets-toi de faire des erreurs qui ne vont pas te coûter ton envie de jouer au jeu. Très important. Exactement. Et beaucoup de joueurs y restent. Moi, j'en fais partie. Je suis pas hyper intéressé à l'idée d'en sortir. De toute façon, je passe mon temps à concevoir des chips. You can also open the menu. Oh yeah, fair. Thank you. I could do that too. Ouais, Starbase, pour le coup, c'est assez surprenant à quel point il déconne absolument zéro sur la partie hardcore. Il passe instantanément de c'est facile, c'est drôle, c'est plaisant, je m'amuse, vas-y, tu vas commencer à pleurer en claquant des doigts. Y a pas de quoi. N'oublie pas, sois prudent. Comme ça, si tu casses quelque chose, c'est pas la fin du monde. Ce que moi, pour le coup, j'ai déjà perdu beaucoup. Je me suis fait attaquer, on m'a piraté des trucs, j'ai perdu des chips parce que je sais pas conduire et je suis rentré dans des astéroïdes, ou j'ai percuté le sol d'Elysium. C'était pas les raisons qui manquent, hein. J'en ai trouvé plein pour perdre des vaisseaux. Also, this mode window in the top right annoys you. There's actually an option to turn it off by default. There is so many options in the ship designer that I haven't explored all of them. I don't know why that's even an option to begin with. What's the point? With orientation, you can change outlines or planes. I'm rereading the select displacement, transform tools, modules, module icon size. Oh, okay, so you can make it obnoxious if you want to. Okay, good to know. Opacity, I'll leave it. Finding modules, layers. That's annoying, especially for the glass. Oh, it's when hidden. There you go. There it is. Il n'y a pas de souci. Honnêtement, j'ai aucun problème à ce que tu sois juste dans la zone et tout. Moi, je vois ça du point de vue où c'est un jeu. Un jeu, c'est fait pour être amusant, c'est fait pour être plaisant. Donc, honnêtement, à ton aise. Il y a pas de souci. Thank you, Vigga. That is one of those many options. I swear, each time I go back into those options, I find new things to use. And I have been in options quite a few times already, but I keep discovering stuff. All of these are outside of the reach of the big propellant when it goes bang. Esun is not critical, so I can afford to put it wherever I like. You go down there, rotate, bolt, and cable. Just in case, I'm all for redundancy. Can they just be removed? Like, can I just snap at whatever is on top? It's quite fun to have like to have them turn around. I did not know I could snap them directly on top. Cool. Okay, thank you. If it's as simple as that, then I will gladly do so. I think I can place them just here. They will cause no harm if I do so. So beam, straight beam. And it is, that would be 72 centimeters I want. No, that's 48 plus 36. No, just for the position. I've got the speedometer, like why would I want quadrant? It's just, you know, Isan, I don't even question it, you know, I just use it. It's a gimmick. It's no longer needed. It's just really fun to have. Alternatively, having it actually does allow you to enable some autopiloting, although you wouldn't want this. You'd want a more spread layout. But then it becomes like up to you as to what you want. But in all honesty, I use it for no other reason than why the heck not? That's it. Like that is the literal reason. Oh, okay. Well, if it's still capable of detecting top-down, if it's still capable of detecting its orientation, then all good. Hello, use compass from Firestar. You have the same setup, only you need more YOLO and 2 displays. So damage, what I'm doing right now is I'm just doing modules. And ultimately, so this is like a free blueprint, and I'm going to open it up completely, like way more than just here's a blueprint. Like I'm going to be doing modules to allow you to swap parts. I'll give you an example and then you'll understand what I mean. Like this entire mining head plus the pilot seat will be swappable. So I want to be able to put the Megalodon's head with mouse aim system. I also want to be able to do some moon mining with this ship. So I'm also going to have a module that replaces the front with a rake. All of this to say that the ESUN is one of such modules. So for now, I'm just doing a version that works pleasantly well. And after that, I'm going to start putting stuff on top differently. I'm going to start swapping parts, experimenting. And at that point, Firestar's probably going to be doing his introduction into this, into all of that. So I cut. Oh, there it is. Sorry. If I do my stuff correctly, you'd be able to use your own module on this ship, no problem. Just plug and play, literally, that's my intent. So this is where it becomes interesting, Damage, is that this ship already has a very big power plant as a starting point, and the power plants are swappable. So this is a module, this is a module. And very easily, everything is tier 2 right now, to keep the ship at a very reasonable price. So as you can see, it's really reasonable when it comes to resources. Like a little bit of Arco, a tiny bit of Chrasium, tiny bit of Carnite and Cutonium. Most, like the overwhelmingly big part of these resources can be gotten from safe zone and just slightly, like I wouldn't want to mine that much Aegisium in the safe zone, but you get the idea. But I can very easily replace these with tier 3 stuff. That's the intent. So it bumps the price up, but the power plant becomes way more powerful. And at that point, I'm free to do whatever I want. Like, I can have my moon mining ship with 30 lasers, no problem. Sky's the limit. Like, this is obviously never going to become an exploration or a fighting ship, but that's not the intent. You can even use it as a cargo if you wanted to. You could maybe fit a plasma. That's going to be a tight squeeze. No, you would not be able to fit a plasma thruster in that. But even the crates are modules. I think there's a bit too many modules, and thus Starbase is not showing all of them. But yeah, that's the selling point of it. Challenge accepted. The challenge is easy. Like, you just shuffle around the crates. Like, you just need to remove the 4, 8. You just need to dig a hole in the crates at the back of the ship, and you'll have more than enough place for a plasma. And then you can reorganize the crates. Simple as that. Fair, and so are mine, but this is the first time I'm pushing modules to this extent. Rail warning. I have no need for rails, so off you go. Screen management, strength factor. I am so glad that Past Happy had the brilliant idea of putting labels. Question is, can I keep those labels? answer is maybe. Maybe. Oof, off you go. What is your width? I think it is too big by about 1. Nope, it is the exact right size. Perfect. No, the problem with this ship would be the fitting the plasma core in here would be difficult. You have to remove the crates on the top and on the bottom in order to fit it. You could even turn it 45 degrees in order to achieve it. At which point you can do some junk plasma, but we are talking Arconus levels of junk plasma. I'm actually curious, would a plasma quarter fit in here? Like if I rotate it? See, the ship was not designed for plasmas at all. You could fit it in. But honestly, I don't think it would be worth the trouble. It would be a whole lot of pain for so little gain. All of these ranks are filled, so I need to pop these guys off. Take them off, put them there. And they will be going under. Right, I need to do beams, straight beams. I just need that. What? How on earth did that happen? Plasmas on mining ships are not good idea, dead mass. I've got a few ships that completely disagree with you. If you don't have mass for plasma thrusters, you ain't trying hard enough. Also, damage, it's also only to a certain amount. I'm working on an extra calculator on my website to be able to tell you at exactly what ring count does a plasma become more interesting than absolutely anything else you can give it, per voxel volume, per mass, per electricity, and per propellant. And then you get to pick whatever suits you best. I'll leave you there. I shall take you. I shall take you and move you there. Remove you. Put on a YOLO 2 slots. Transfer you. Remove. 7 rings, 1 core. I know this already, but you have only used plasma for forward and nothing else. Well, yeah, like most of the thrusters at the back. Not all of them, but I do get your point. And I don't think I agree with 7 rings. I think it's more. I want to do my calculator, and I barely started working on the calculator, and I found some more bad data on both the game and the Wikipedia. Both are wrong on maneuver thrusters, propeller consumption. And those, I'm telling maneuver thrusters because those were the easiest to test, but if something as simple as the maneuver thrusters have not gotten the data updated, I can assure you that the rest is absolutely not up to date either. So that includes normal thrusters. I need to test everything, just like I tested weapons. And it's going to be such a pain. Oh, the big plasmas. Yeah, before or after the update that changed the voxel volume counts on those things, because they got updated. They got updated because Frozen Byte was upset that we were not using them because of how absolutely horrendous they were on the budget. I think they realized that no one wanted to use them anymore. I want 192. After. Whoa, yeah, that is bad. That is really bad. Devices, networking, 192. Anyway, I think let me just show you what I've been talking about when I was doing my calculator thingy. Flashbang warning. Let me do it softly and anyway, that calculator, everyone knows it. Or discovering it. Anyway, it's been in use for some time, capship. And what I've been doing now is the thruster optimization. So this is a placeholder. I was just testing what I could and could not do with all of the it's called Apex charts. It's a free free stuff for charts. And the idea is that I want one graph per so ratios: voxel volume to thrust, mass to thrust, electricity to thrust, and propellant to thrust. So if you're doing an exploration ship, what's the best? Like, I know it's plasma, but about starting how many rings? Don't come together, my mind. Yeah, I know, but I think that thanks to these calculators, we discover more possibilities. You realize that, hey, maybe if I started doing a combination of this with a combination of that, I can in fact achieve what I want. I'll give you a very simple example. For combat ships, I have seen the Ace Crystal not using nozzles on his triangle thrusters. No nozzles, no converters, propellant or electricity. Just it was tier 2, and there was just the body of the triangle because he wanted to save on voxel volume. But my question, and I do not have the answer, I need to finish the calculator, is I want to know, was it the better choice? Or would it have been maybe tier 3 triangles, but with no nozzles? Or maybe he wanted a nozzle, but maybe it was specifically the tier 3. Like, those are questions that I want to be able to answer by just starting to plot stuff on my graph. Like, that's the intent. And yeah, it's probably going to be a massive headache to do. Interesting headache, though. The kind of headaches where you wake up in the morning and you're like, gee, let me go and get another one. Mass versus efficiency. Now, nozzles don't... What's super interesting about nozzles is that they do not consume any propellant or electricity. So when it comes to the later ratios of electricity and propellant per thrust, they are amazing, absolutely amazing. But when it comes to voxel volume, I do not know if they are interesting. I do not have the answer, which is why I'm so curious about finishing my calculator. I know for a fact that quite a few people have their own version of the calculator, but it's systematically on Excel sheets, which make them very... Oh, YOLO is opaque. Okay, I did not know. Which make them very difficult to use. Like, first of all, they're difficult to access. Once you've accessed them, they're difficult to read. And then it's really difficult to update the values as you wish without breaking anything. It's just like so many constraints. Yep, it's not auto-bolted bolting. I must admit it's getting a bit late and my bolting quality is starting to show. It's those I want to get done with it bolting. Everything is labeled. It is nice looking. I now need to take you and somehow make you better looking. You go out, you go out, you go out, you go out. Oof, bye-bye. What are you? Oof, you go away too. As a matter of fact, all of you go away. Screens. Too much space. Buff. Way too big. Remove this, remove that. Is that the ponder? That is the ponder. I want a control table. They are also completely wrong. They are wrong. As I was entering the values for the calculator, I realized that the game and the Wikipedia were once again both disagreeing, which is already something that happened when I was designing my when I was doing my power calculation video, and I went down the rabbit hole with like weapons electricity values, and I've just discovered for a fact that thrusters have got the exact same rabbit hole. The thruster values that we have in-game are incorrect. I've proven it already for maneuver thrusters. It's going to be updated and put into the ship calculator. But I'm absolutely certain that maneuver thrusters are not the only ones. I now need to test for thrust. Voxel volume is super easy to test, so I'm not worried about that. But I need to test for thrust. I need to test for propellant consumption and electricity consumption. And so far I tested propellant and it has come out wrong again. Everything I've started to test has been wrong. So the question, to which I do not have the answer, is how wrong does it get? How deep is the rabbit hole? Because to me it looks like a whole other can of I'm getting myself into problems again. That is cruise. But yeah, don't trust the game values. I used my autonomy calculator on the propellant and it came completely wrong. Ships, it was 4 seconds. So I had another script for electricity test, but I haven't used it yet. Need to. Oh no, Tacus has got some answers for some of these questions. Tacus did say that he'd spawn by on my stream at some point, but he's not connected currently. I wouldn't be surprised, but I will also point out that you cannot go down a rabbit hole if you're not aware that the rabbit hole is there in the first place. You need to know that the rabbit hole exists. If he's made aware of it, I'm fairly confident in saying that he's going to be very interested in investigating it if he has time to do so. Because rabbit holes are, by definition, very time consuming. Really, 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 really time consuming. Okay, you go away. Go away. Also go away. That's 48. I need 72. 48 it is. Go away. You go from here to here. You from here to here. This is going to be a massive pain to bolt. Bolt. And bolt. What I need for my testing stuff that I do not yet have is I need a reliable test bench, like a very easy to use test bench. I'm going to have to design one, and then I'm going to be putting all of, oh come on mate, and then I'm going to be putting all of the thrusters with all of the configurations on it one by one. And it's going to take hours. Absolute hours. Propellant setup is super easy. Just use my autonomy calculator. It is really good at that. Like really, really good. It's not it won't give you like exact values, but it makes guessing them fairly easy. Ah, oh, damn it. That's yucky. Oost. Oost, oost, oost. Go down. No. No. Stop being a pain and do that. Thank you. Voila. Now I can just take a copy of it because I'm going to be using the other one for the top cockpit. Now, you go away. Vanish from my eyes. Not you. I need you. I need you to come and go here. Oh, perfect. You need bolts, 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 bolts. Looks good to me. Now these buttons can be replaced with something else entirely. I'm no longer going to need you. I'm going to modify that one and then copy it up. Is the durability good? Welding it is a good start. Weld. Ah! Oh, come on, mate. Okay, that is garbage. Okay, I'll address that right after I address you. .4. What's up with you? I hate it when you do that. You tried to turn the camera and this starts unbolting everything on a straight line. You get off. Alt, alt. Now you go back. You go off. Alt. Ah, seriously, are all of them like that? Uh, yeah. YOLO needs to be bolted before I do that. You get a bolt, you get a bolt. I've had ships where Celio actually is one of them, where you spawn the ship and all of a sudden, first spawn, YOLO just goes on holiday. Flies away, never to be seen again, and then it despawns and you can no longer see the YOLO at all. It is such a pain when it does that. And the fix was to just like have spare YOLO at the ready to just dish it out and let the U-tool do its thing. Since then, bolting everything has been my very strong go-to. What's my durability? It is decent. Not the best in the world, but decent. What about you? That is not durability. Warning. What about you there? 3.3. So you still, yeah, you still low. Use the low one. Does it not want to? No, it doesn't want to. There you go, much better. I'm going to ignore that for now and move to you. Hide and lock. What is going on? Why are you being such a pain? Hello again, Blazing. Wow, it does not want to be bolted. Okay. I want a small world block then. That's a whole lot of complaining for nothing much. No, 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 no. Up. Yeah, I forgot to link it to the rest of the ship. By doing this. What did I break? What? There's a whole lot of freezes with those. Oh, there you go. Okay. There's a whole lot of freezes going on with those screens. It's a bit unpleasant to work with them. Thank you. Radiator. Why are you not happy with the radiator? Because I don't have any accessible radiator. Okay. What he wants me to do is I need a hard point, and then I need a radiator, and I'll just use a base. I can put it there, no problem. So the issue with the other radiators I have is that they do not share data. That is what the system is complaining about, is that it has no data to access. I don't know if the duct running through is enough. Let's test it. Answer is yes, perfect. And also simultaneously no. Because I have no pipes running up there. Right. There you go. Okay, now I have another problem. The radiators are not outputting. No, they should be outputting heat. What's up with you? You've got a heat socket. There's a power management going on. That's what's happening. Power management has kicked in. I didn't have one before. Okay. Okay. I need that. What do you mean by word? What do you mean by just cryptically giving me one word to work with? Nice. Enjoy it. Interesting. I want more batteries. Radiator, heat sinks, generators. Yeah, it looks like I want more batteries. No, I knew you were reacting to the panel floating. I was just really confused as to what, with the panel floating, made you say word. That's what I was very confused about. Okay, all of this stuff needs to get closer to my endo. So giving tiny little impulsions is not to the ship's satisfaction. It makes it turn very slightly. Okay. How much do I want to bring it closer? I suppose all the way in. I did not know. You've just taught me something. Like, I know the expression, oh my word, but I didn't know that you could just use word individually. No, I completely agree with the sarcasm. That is very much on point. I need to weld everything. But I think I was too efficient, and now the buttons are no longer visible. Oh, they are? Okay, perfect. Perfect. That lever is not working. Nor is the rotation, nor is the pitch. What is going on? I think I've got another cable that broke. Yeah, I've got forward and reverse there. Hide the beams. Why not working? Why is it staying at 0? Oh. Because he's using the custom sensitivity, which doesn't have its own displays. Okay, ships definitely needs more batteries though. That is not negotiable. Okay, what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to be ending the stream here because I'm not going to be finishing the ship on time for sure. Like, it's not going to be this stream where I finish it. So I'm just going to be putting all of these batteries as like a to-do list. I think I've got 3 battery packs. 1, 2, 3, that is correct. So I'm going to be adding some stuff for the next stream, but it is now fairly certain that at the next week, this ship should be up and ready. It needs an asteroid avoidance system. It needs its second cockpit on the top back here. Let me just put the chair. So if you ram something with the first one, you still get a second life-ish cockpit. There's the towing beam at the back. I'm also going to be plucking these sensitivity buttons to remember to have them on the display. As a matter of fact, let me do that. Few buttons to work on. Yeah, I think the ship is very comfortably going to be max voxel volume. I'm just going to check the weight. 20 kilotons. It's probably going to be very slightly more than 20 by the time I am done. So yeah, okay. Guys, thanks a lot for watching my stream. As usual, I'll be uploading it. I'll try and see if I can't organize like small visits, events or whatnot, just like to break up a little bit, just not have like pure ship designing, and I'll see you whenever. You can come and ping me during the week doing on Discord. I'm sometimes connected, or hop on my stream on YouTube. You're welcome. Good night, guys. Thanks again for watching. Bye-bye.